Hello, hello. Bueno, bueno. What up? How is everybody doing today? Let's see who's in here. Who'll be in here? Hey, thank you for that daily heart. Who gave me that? Hey, what's up, Steven? What's up, Seriously? What up, Green Eye Band-Aid? What up, Maribel Vasquez? Damn, James, why do you say my name like that? Hey, what's up, Reasons? Greetings? Hell yeah. Hey, thank you, Stevie. Highly appreciate that. Let me see. Course should be starting up in the next, what time is it right now? It's on about the next 9 minutes. I got it going a little bit early like I always do. Just like that, nobody misses out on these these court appearances and whatnot. Toasty! All right, we got the toasty there. Let's go ahead and make sure the toilet is working. Drop one, flush one. Boom. Let me see that's working. Hey, thank you, highly appreciate that. Michelle K, Selena, Stevie. All right. How is everybody doing out there in the real world, if you will? So for anybody that's curious, evening, hey, what's up? It's _Annie01. Jose Luis, what's up? How's it going? Damn, James, how come you don't say my name like that? What do you mean? Why? You don't got a Spanish-sounding name like Maribel Vasquez or Jose Luis. If you did, then I could. Thank you, Itani. Highly appreciate that. Or you don't have a cool name like Reasons. Greetings, if you will. If you're into art, definitely check her out. She'll be making some cool looking thingamajigs. I don't know what they're called, so that's what we'll call them around here. Hey, thank you. What's up, Carson? How's it going? Let me see who sent me that. Who was that over here on this one? Hey, thank you, Mari. Appreciate that. Wreaths. That's what it is. Not the reefa. Yeah, she makes wreaths. Some pretty cool ones. She's always showing this, although I've seen this one, this Spider-Man one that she always does. Hey, thank you for those roses. Highly appreciate that. I'm going to finish setting up. Well, that's right, Carson. Drop one, flush one. What kind of cases are we going to be doing today? I don't know. Somebody was asking about border parole hearings. We actually, I did one on YT from Ohio. They kind of sucked. It wasn't that long. Let me see the Emperor. I love that you got the the commissary headphones. I got the CL20s. You had money if you had those. Ching Gators. That's right, Carson. Hey, thank you, Debs. Thank you, Mari, for the likes. And I just noticed they got like new little, when you tap the screen, it pops up little different icons, like little hearts and it looks like there's a bunch of little different icons now. When did that happen? I've been out of the loop, if you will. Let me see. Let me get this going over here. Okay, let me activate the chat. And this. How was it, Salvador? It was pretty good. It was pretty good. We got a lot of stuff done out there while we're out there. What's up, James Agua, if you will? Yeah, I like how you combine that right there, Jonathan. What kind of cases do you guys think we're going to have today on The Price is Wrong? Is it going to be a DUI? Is it going to be a DV? Or is it might be some shoplifting? Hey, and these crimes, as funny as they sound, especially the DV ones and the DUIs, they're no laughing matter. On a daily basis, people lose their lives with other people's carelessness when it comes to DUIs and in domestic situations. No laughing matter. Let me see. I gotta man, I don't know. They made some changes to this thing that I use for the chat, and I can't increase the size of the chat over here. Because I like it to be playing on the background. Let me see options here. what? I gotta figure this out. But I guess it'll probably be some other day. Here it goes. Put this over here. Carson thinks this is gonna be some DV cases. Hey, thank you, K&D. Appreciate it. Hey, K&D, did you change your name? It was something else before, right? It was K&D something else, right? Thank you for that daily heart. I see there's 60 of us in here right now. So course should be starting up in the next 4 minutes. Hey, what's up, Becca? How's it going? Oh yeah, so back to El Salvador. Yeah, I had a real good time. We did a lot of sightseeing. We ate a lot of food. Nope, it's me. All right. Hey, that's right. Mind the gap. Britain in the house, if you will. Damn, James, how come you don't give me a flag from my country? I don't know where you at. You know, I drop one for the British because they're deep in here. They be representing real deep. Hello, Governor. I don't know. Let me see what are we doing today? We're gonna do Maricopa here, so we're just waiting for it to start up. Who was that right there? Thank you for that. Hey, what's up, Blues? Let me see. What's up, Big Mike? Hey, K&D, thank you. Highly appreciate it for making it rain over here on this side. Appreciate you guys. Let me see here. This helps me out with reading the comments over here. What's up, Bogsky? Welcome back to a brand new episode of You Have a Collect Call From. Hey, Anita. Have you got your stickers yet? Hey, that's a dope hat. Thank you. Highly appreciate it. My homie got 14 years in the Pinching Gators. That's a long time. I couldn't do that type of time. Hey, what's up, Cake? How's it going? Let me see when it starts. It should be starting hopefully in the next 2 minutes. Unless they're running late. Let me make sure I didn't pause the screen, because sometimes I'll do that. I'll pause the screen and I won't even. Yo, what up, Olivia? How's it going? Hopefully everybody's doing good today. I woke up a little bit early. For those of you that like Miami-Dade, I start that one up at 6 o'clock in the morning. But that one normally I'm not in the chat. I am normally in the chat with Maricopa, if you will. Going good. No, I haven't. Still waiting. Okay. All right. Cool. I know it's been like over 2 weeks now that I sent them, so hopefully you receive them soon. Let me see. I told them not to drop the soap if you will. Hey, you're a real friend right there. A real friend would tell another friend, don't drop the soap. So, hey, keeping it real. Hopefully you got a good laugh out of it. Let me see here. Void, you out. Are you not telling? Oh, hey, thank you for reminding me. I'll be forgetting sometimes. There we go. Time is back on. Thank you for reminding me right there. You see, are you on for long today? Nah, not today. Today I'll probably be on for maybe about like 45 minutes to an hour. I'll have some more time on my hands on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. I have more time available on my hands to be able to stay on for at least maybe like 4 hours or 5 hours. Let me see, James. Do you drink coffee? No, I don't. I'm not a coffee drinker. Let me see. He said not dropping the soap. Hey, tell him to get a soap on the rope, just in case. If you can never be too sure, tell him to make a hole on the soap in the middle and wrap it around his neck, if you will. Yeah, I can't wait. Thank you, James. Hey, for sure. My mom is really sick. Damn, sorry to hear that, Hogan. Hopefully she gets well soon. Devils laughing. Let me see here. Let me make sure I didn't miss any other comments. Oh, Nana, what's up? How's it going? I missed your comment, and I'm trying to scroll up, so I'll make sure I don't lose any of your comments. Big Mike, thank you for the likes. And they still haven't started up. James, but it's 8 o'clock already. What's up, Janet Lynn? How's it going? How are you doing today? Let me see. Are we watching parole board hearings this week? So actually, we have one tomorrow. We're gonna have Virginia coming up tomorrow. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be on it, but I will be running it on YT if you do wanna catch it. We did Ohio this morning, but the Ohio ones you didn't miss out on that one. They suck. All right, there we go. You guys hear that? You guys know what that is. If you work from home, you be doing these Microsoft virtual meetings, if you will. And for yeehaw, and for anybody that's not coming, is this real? I can't see them. Can you move it? Can you stop talking? You look, this is what it is. What you see is what you get here. All right. If you don't like it, this is probably not the place for you. Damn, James, like that. Why you cold for like that, James? Just, everybody be coming in here. What is this? Why are we watching this? Why are we watching court? The real question is, what are you doing in here? All right. What's up, Jerome? How's it going? And let me see. Priscilla, thank you for that mustache and that hat. I can't hear nothing, James. I can't hear nothing. I can't hear nothing. What's happening? Just relax. Everybody's so into, like, right now. Just relax. They'll turn on the microphone, hopefully in due time. Sometimes they forget to turn it on, or sometimes I forget to turn it on. That part. So here we go. So it shouldn't be much longer before they start up. Damn, James, I can't see all the way over there. They look like ants. On mute, if you will. Got the mute activity here. For those of you that like to talk about them. Can you guys hear?
Thanks, you may be seated.
Do you mind if my son, I call him?
Will you sit down?
But we do have the Spanish version.
Are we on the plane? Because I can't see. Can you guys hear the court?
Give me just a second. We'll get started.
Give the judge a second, if you will. Oh, yeah, she's typing mad. She's on a good one. Hey, what up, my life's peachy? Highly appreciate that, James. Okay, thank you, James Cooper, for verifying that you guys could hear. Thank you, Catherine. Hey, what up, Tita? How's it going?
All right. Good morning. My name is Commissioner Elizabeth Campbell, and this is the 8 a.m. initial appearance calendar for May 13th, 2025.
Is that today? No, it can't be today. We love the TikTok shop. Right, that's right, Jazz.
Comisionada Campbell, esta es la lista de casos de vistas incoativas para hoy, 13 de mayo 2025.
The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar.
All right, they fixed it.
La orden emitida el primer día del mes para la toma de huellas digitales y muestras de ADN aplicará esta lista de casos.
Persons appearing before this court are reminded that they have the right to remain silent and that anything they say could be used against them.
Aquellos que comparecen ante esta sala, se les avisa que tienen el derecho de no hablar. Cualquier cosa que digan puede usarse en su contra.
I got 5 on it. I love the TikTok shop. Hey, what up, Taurus? How's it going? Good morning. Top of the morning to you.
Most of you have qualified for a court-appointed attorney. If you have not qualified for a court-appointed attorney, or even if you have, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you.
Hey, what up, Bingo's mom?
La mayoría de ustedes han calificado para un abogado de libre oficio.
What up, Sarah?
Aunque no hayan calificado o hayan calificado, tienen derecho de contratar un abogado que ustedes gusten contratar.
Hey, chat, you're beautiful people. What up, Tim?
We'll be calling you up one by one.
What up, Drew?
Les llamaré que pasen a la sala uno a la vez.
Move yourself out of the way, James.
When your name is called, please proceed to the podium.
Cuando escuchen su nombre, por favor, tomen su lugar detrás del podio.
Oh, a little bit. I didn't get that much sleep, Big Mike. But hey, sometimes you gotta make sacrifices, so here I am.
At the conclusion of your matter, the detention officers will have paperwork for you, which will detail my written orders in your case.
Al final de su comparecencia, el oficial tendrá
It's a better one,
una hoja de papel
I like
que
this
llevará en ella un resumen
man
detallado de todo lo que les dije por escrito.
I've been having withdrawals without you.
All right,
What up, Chacha? What up, Brandy?
Start this morning with
what?
Pedro Olivar Santos, please.
In your dreams, Pedro. In
Pedro
your
Avelar
dreams.
Santos, por favor, pase.
All right, Pedro's gonna be up first, in front of the judge, if you will. Brandy saying, "I'm glad James is back." So for today and tomorrow, I'm only gonna be on for about an hour.
All right, sir, go ahead and state your name for the record.
Señor, diga su nombre completo para el acta.
Pedro de Tránsito Avelar Santos.
Pedro de Tránsito Avelar Santos.
That fool looks like
And Mr.
extra.
Santos, what is your date of birth?
An extra from The Walking
Santos, ¿cuál es su
Dead.
fecha de nacimiento?
My favorite show is on.
2/28
He's
de
had a rough day.
79.
2/28/79.
Thank you. And Mr. Santos, you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of criminal damage, a Class 6 felony.
Señor Santos, usted comparece el día de hoy porque fue arrestado ayer por una acusación de daño en propiedad ajena, un delito de categoría 6.
I did find probable cause for that violation, and I am appointing you an attorney.
That's right.
Dicto que hay fundamento fáctico para esa acusación y le asignaré un abogado.
I'm setting 2 hearings in your matter, the first on May 27th at 8:30.
Yeah, I think
Fijaré
they
dos
do.
audiencias para usted. La primera es el 27 de mayo a las 8:30.
It's in that office back there,
And
Jerome,
the second
right here.
one on May 29th at 8:30.
What up,
Y
Megan?
la segunda es el
Streetwalker.
29 de mayo
Streetwalker.
a las 8:30.
Thank you for that
Both of
date.
those hearings will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court.
Ambas comparecencias serán en el Tribunal Superior del Condado Maricopa en el centro de la ciudad.
Mr. Santos, will you go to those hearings?
Señor Santos, ¿usted comparecerá en esas audiencias?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, then I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance. Make sure you go to your hearings.
Hey, Drupi, gracias.
Bueno, lo dejaré en libertad bajo caución juratoria. Debe asegurarse de comparecer en esas audiencias.
James, I can't see with that daily heart.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Nicole Cross, please.
Hey, I couldn't walk around with a shirt with my neck stretched out that big. I just couldn't do it. I hate having shirts that have stretched out necks. Those
Your
are the
Honor,
worst.
May the interpreter be excused?
He looks rough.
I'm sorry, Mr. Interpreter. Will you, before you go, will you inquire in the gallery if anybody
What up,
else
Sammy?
needs your services this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
James, I can't see her. The
Buenos
mute
días a
buttons.
todos.
The mute buttons
Soy el
covering her.
intérprete de la comisionada.
I can't see nothing.
¿Hay alguien más en la
I can't
sala que
see
necesita
nothing.
intérprete de español?
Britney Spears.
Si necesitan intérprete porque no hablan inglés, levanten la mano ahora.
Hey, what up, Chantel? How's it going?
All right, we have no hands. Thank you so much for your
What do you mean we
services
got no
this
hands? We
morning,
got
Mr.
plenty
Interpreter.
right here.
You're welcome, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Cross, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Nicole Cross, May 10th, 1996.
Thank you. And Ms. Cross, you are here today on 4 matters. So let's go ahead and talk about your municipal court matter first, and then we'll talk about your superior court matters, okay? You are here with regard to that because the Peoria Municipal Court issued a warrant for your arrest on a failure to appear, in their matter. For purposes of that municipal court matter, I am finding that you are indigent, and an attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing in the Peoria Municipal Court, which will be on May 15th at 9 a.m. In the Peoria Municipal Court matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. Now, you are also here because you have 2 matters presently pending in the Maricopa County Superior Court. You have the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest, on a direct complaint which alleges that on or about October 11, 2024, you possessed or used dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and that on or about October 11, 2024, you possessed or used drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony.
She was hitting the pipa.
In that direct complaint matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting 2 hearings, the first on May 19th at 8:30, and the second one on May 22nd at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In the direct complaint matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. Now, you are also here because Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest for failure to appear in an open felony matter, which is CR 2024-116929. In that matter, in that failure to appear in the open felony matter, I am not appointing you an attorney because if you are eligible for an attorney, one should already have been appointed for you. In this failure to appear in Maricopa County's open felony matter, I am setting a hearing on May 19th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court, and I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500.
She's about to be.
Finally, you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of armed robbery with a simulated deadly weapon, a Class 2 felony.
Simulated?
Resisting arrest, causing physical injury, a Class 6 felony, shoplifting, a Class 1 misdemeanor.
This can't be
I did find probable cause for those 3 violations. You were also arrested on charges of possession of dangerous drugs. I did not, based upon the information contained in the Form 4,
She's
find
laughing.
probable cause for that violation. However, charges may still be brought
What up, Anita?
for the drug offense. With regard to your new matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting 3 hearings in your case. The first on May 19th at 8:30, the second one on May 20th at 1:30 p.m., and the last one on May 22nd at 8:30 a.m., all in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court.
What up, Stephen?
Because your most
Michelle.
recent felony offense was committed while you were on release in your other open felony matter, I am holding you non-bondable today. So go ahead, step to the left. All right, Patricia Thompson, please.
Up next on The Price is Wrong. She ain't getting out of jail. She's not going to get those 200s, Jerome.
Ms. Thompson, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Patricia Thompson.
And Ms. Thompson, what is your date of birth?
January 13, 1984.
Put a fork in her.
And you are here
She's done.
Because you were arrested on charges that on or about April 22nd, 2025, you committed the violation of aggravated assault, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney in that matter, and I'm setting 2 hearings, the first on May 19th at 8:30, and the next one on May 22nd at 8:30, both of those in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I have considered the state's recommendation with regard to bond in this matter, and I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $15,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you may not have any contact with the alleged victim. Go ahead, step to the left.
Damn, 15,000 G-nuts? Jeez. She ain't going anywhere.
Alfredo Monge, please.
Alfredo. Hey, what up? How's it going? I can't read your name. I think it says Trap Queen.
And sir, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Alfredo Antonio Monge,
And Mr. Monge, what is your date of birth?
5/7/1981.
Thank you. And you are here today because you were arrested yesterday on charges of aggravated assault, assault on a first responder, a Class 4 felony, criminal damage, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and disorderly conduct fighting, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those.
Liverpool, Kevin.
And I am appointing you an attorney. Setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on May 19th at 8:30 and the next one on May 22nd at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court.
Thank you.
In your new matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. Now, you are also here because the Maricopa County Superior Court, I'm sorry, hold on. because you are currently on probation in Maricopa County Superior Court, case number CR 2020-103550.
This is a 5-5?
And your new charges would constitute a violation of term 1 of your existing probation. In your probation violation matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting a hearing on May 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I'm not done, sir.
Come back!
Sir, huh?
He said he is.
All right, well, I'm going to finish up because I have an obligation to do this, and I know you can hear me.
I will say he's done.
In your new case, in your probation violation matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. All right, Manuel Arbeyo, please.
Gonna give that fool some flashlight treatment.
Morning, sir. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Manuel Arbeyo.
And Mr. Arbeyo, what is your date of birth?
4581.
I'm sorry, what is your date of birth?
4481.
Okay. All right, you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, organized retail theft, a Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, and
Jennifer?
shoplifting, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on May 19th at 8:30 and the next one on May 22nd at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $1,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you may not return to the scene of the alleged
Kristen.
crime. Okay, what was the court dates again?
What up, Jake?
May
Where
19th
you been?
and May 22nd, and that information will be on your paperwork.
Thank you.
All right, Cliff Estes, please.
Did somebody say paperwork? Jenna laughing my. Damn, James, how dare you do these people like this? Why?
Morning, sir.
Hello.
Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Cliff Estes,
And Mr. Estes, what is your date of birth?
1/17/81.
Thank you. And you are here on 3 matters. They are all warrants for your arrest on allegations that you violated your probation in Maricopa County Superior Court cases CR 2021-137619, CR 2023-117144, and CR 2024-122014. In all of those probation violation matters, I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting hearings on May 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your 2021 case, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100.
Aula.
In your 23 case, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. In your 24 case, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. So that is a combined secured appearance bond of $600. In the event that you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, step left.
Joe ain't fun. Yeah, hey, 100%.
Yayo, please, and then Galen Stull.
Hey, what's up, Tiff? How's it going? I thought it suddenly lagged. Jenna.
All right, Mr. Aguayo, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Jesus Aguayo,
And Mr. Aguayo, what is your date of birth?
7/17/1980.
Thank
All
you.
right, and you are here on 2 matters today. So you were arrested on charges that on or about April 25th, 2025. You committed burglary in the 3rd degree, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for that, and I am appointing you an attorney in your new criminal matter. I am setting 2 hearings, the first on May 19th at 8:30 and the next one on May 22nd at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your new criminal matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50.
Did somebody say
you are
unmute?
also here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant in your family court matter. According to
Thank you,
that
Kristen.
warrant,
Kirsten.
the court has set a cash purge amount in the amount of $500. So I have indicated that you may not be released unless and until you pay that $500 cash purge amount. Okay? All right, go ahead, step to the left.
Okay.
The degree.
For that too?
In the cash purge, I'm sorry, there is, and I should have said that. In the cash purge amount, a court date has been set for May 20th at 10 a.m. in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court, and that information's on your paperwork as well.
Okay.
Hey, what up, Monica?
All right, Galen Stahl, and then Michael.
Yeah, that's right, Johnny. Hey, thank you,
Ballesteros.
Johnny. Highly appreciate that. I was trying to get that out, but they wouldn't stop talking, if you will. So first degree is the worst of the worst. Man, who's this whippersnapper? Oh, he got the unmute sign. Oh man, the
Morning, sir.
unmute.
Go ahead and state your name for
Going
the record.
bananas. My bag, you whippersnappers. He looks like one of
Galen Norman Stahl.
All right,
Moses.
and Mr. Stahl, can you hear okay?
Pardon me?
Okay, we're going to get you some headphones to help you hear, all right?
Damn. Hey, he looks like he's on one of those what is he, that one show where they look for gold.
Oh, the ear thing. Yeah. That would help a great deal.
He is struggling. He probably built the jail. Needs alcohol.
Is that better? Okay. All right, Mr. Stahl, what is your date of birth?
10/13/54.
Thank you so much. You
Charles
are here
man said, "Whoa."
because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest on an alleged probation violation in your matter CR 2023-117622. In that matter, the Maricopa County Superior Court has
Why is she touching that fool for?
has
Get your hands
recommended
off of
a
me.
bond amount of
What up, Joey?
$100. I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting a hearing in your case on May 20th at 8:30. I am setting a secured appearance bond in accordance with that arrest warrant in the amount of $100. In the event you are able
what
to
up,
post that
C1?
bond and secure your release, you need to contact your
71.
probation officer within 72 hours.
Hey, House of First.
Go ahead, step to the left.
So you're in the big one, but there's more people on the other channel.
Michael Ballesteros, please, and then Jeremy Cienfuegos.
We got 212 on the other one on at CollectCallFrom period on YT.
Mr. Ballesteros, go ahead, state your name for the
Scary.
record.
Michael Anthony Ballesteros,
And Mr. Ballesteros, what is your date of birth?
3/17/85.
All right, and you are here because Maricopa County Superior Court issued,
Yeah, I had missed a court date, and I could have made it, and I messed up because I decided to do something else, and I'm sorry about that. So.
Don't admit to
they
that.
issued warrants for your
Thank
arrest. There are two failure to appear warrants.
What else, Smoggy?
Your case is CR 2018-146139 and CR 2024-137690. In both of those failure to appear matters, I am not appointing you an attorney because one should already have been appointed for you if you are eligible to have an attorney appointed. In each of those failure to appear matters, I am setting hearings on May 19th at 8:30 and May 22nd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Actually, let me back up. I was trying to go too fast, and I shouldn't have done that. So in the CR 2018-146139 case, I am setting a hearing on May 19th at 8:30. In the CR 2024-137690 case, I am setting a hearing on May 19th and May 22nd at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In both of those failure to appear cases, I am setting secured appearance bonds in the amount of $750. So that means you have a combined secured appearance bond of $1,500. In the event you are able to post those bonds and secure your release, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours.
So if I don't pay those bonds, am I just doing county time, or would that?
So you will remain detained unless you are able to pay those bonds. If you are able to post those bonds, then you may be released. Otherwise, you can. Your first court date is May 19th in both cases, so you would remain detained at least unless you post the bonds. You would remain detained at least until that May 19th hearing in front of the Maricopa County Superior Court.
What up, Sancho 310? What up, Lori?
You can talk to the judge at the May 19th hearing.
All right.
Okay? All right, thank you, sir. Jeremy Cienfuegos, please.
Cienfuego without fire. That's Jeremy without fire, roughly translated.
Morning, sir.
Oh, yeah, he don't got no fire.
Go ahead, state your name for the record.
What up?
Jeremy Cienfuegos.
And Mr. Cienfuegos, what is your date of birth?
7679.
Thank you. And you are here because Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest.
What up, Jody?
On an alleged probation violation matter. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting a hearing on May 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am affirming the arrest warrant bond amount in the amount of $250. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. All right, sir, go ahead, step left. Carolina Lopez, please.
Hey, thank you for the follow, Joyful. Yeah, go Lakers.
Ms. Lopez, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Carolina Cardenas Lopez.
And Ms. Lopez,
Carrie?
what is your date of birth?
March 20th, 1987.
Thank you. And you were arrested yesterday on charges of theft of a means of transportation, a Class 3 felony, possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for those. I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting two hearings, the first on May 27th at 8:30, and the next one on May 29th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
What up, Keith?
State is recommending that
Thank you for that.
be released to pretrial services. So I am going to adopt that recommendation. So you will need to register with pretrial services. No contact with any alleged victim, and no guns, no weapons, no alcohol, and no drugs. Go ahead, step left.
Thank you.
Elvis Klein, please.
I don't, but I got enough to show you guys. My wife just brought me a breakfast bagel, if you will.
All right, Mr. Klein, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Elvis Christian Klein.
And Mr. Klein, what is your date of birth?
5799.
Thank you. And you are here today because you were arrested yesterday on charges of criminal trespass in the second degree, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for that. And I am appointing you an attorney. I need to change this. Julie, I'm sorry.
I think something might be maybe there might be like an outbreak in the jail. Yee! Oh, thank you for that. Who sent that over? Lupe, gracias. Highly appreciate that. I love that mustache and that hat. That cowboy hat, if you will. Howdy. Measles. Oh, measles? Really? In Arizona? I wouldn't be surprised.
All right.
I thought I heard
I
measles.
should be done now. Mr. Klein, because of the nature of the charges, you are not entitled to have me appoint an attorney here for you today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. A hearing has been set in the University Lakes Justice Court on May 27th at 1:30 p.m. Will you go to that?
Yes, ma'am.
What up, House?
So I'm going to release you on your own recognizance today. No returning to the scene of the alleged crime.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Canada, too?
You will have your paperwork. It just might be just a couple of seconds.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Go ahead, step to the left.
You have a good rest of your day, ma'am.
Thank
Thank you all so much.
Ronnie Gentry, please.
Damn, Mike. That's crazy. The folded arm stance. That's the comment around here. Thank GOD flu season is almost over. Is rough this year.
Okay, hold on just a second.
One big measles. We did it in the 70s. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, why would you want to get vaccinated? You know what I'm saying? Hey, what up, Matthew? How's it going? Man, keep it up, Matthew.
I do.
Keep on giving me the sport news, if you will. I said I'll only be on in the mornings, the first court hearing at 8 a.m., and then I'll try to be on for the last one, which would be at 11 p.m.
Okay. All right, Mr. Gentry, go ahead. State your name for the record.
Ronnie Lee Gentry.
And Mr. Gentry, what's your date of birth?
What up, Debs?
9/26/86.
All right, and Mr. Gentry, you are here on 3 matters, so we're just going to go down the list if that's okay with you. You are here today in part because the Moon Valley Justice Court issued an initial arrest warrant.
It is a British platform, yeah.
No, I was right. I'm sorry. An initial arrest warrant with regard to an allegation that on or about October 26, 2024, that you committed the violation of DUI, a misdemeanor, as well as on or about October 26, 2024, you knowingly displayed a fictitious license plate, also a
what up, MTC?
Class 1 misdemeanor. In that matter, I am finding that you are indigent and an attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing, which will be on May 30th at 10 a.m. Will you go to that?
What up, Ash?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So your next...
welcome, Jeanette. Appreciate you.
Your next
buddy,
matter
if you will.
Is,
what up, Haley?
You were arrested yesterday on charges of driving with a suspended or revoked license, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for that.
Big ol' with egg.
Because of the nature of those charges, you are not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for you today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am in your new matter, a hearing has been set at the El Centro Justice Court on May 29th at 8:30 in the morning. And don't worry, all this information's on your paperwork, okay?
Yes, ma'am. When you get finished, I can ask you a question as well?
Sir, yes.
When you get finished speaking.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. So will you go to that May 29th hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm going to release you on that matter on your own recognizance as well. And, sir, what was your question?
Okay, ma'am. I'm trying to figure this out. They said this one was issued on 10/25, 10/24.
Okay, so that would be your Moon Valley Justice Court matter.
What up, Lori?
They dismissed it that day, ma'am, and then my probation was violated because of the nature of it. I just got my probation reinstated this year. I'm trying to see how would I be going to court in Maricopa County.
This is gonna be
good.
Get
my probation back reinstated with a warrant from October.
So that Moon Valley Justice Court warrant was issued on February 6th of 25. It's just the charges that their violation date is on or about October 26th of 24. You know, all the information will be in your paperwork, and you can look at it. Okay. You gonna release me on my own recognizance on these? I am, sir.
Oh.
But we have one more to talk about, so let's finish talking, okay? Now, you are also here because you are currently, and I think this is what you were referring to, on probation in CR 2022-12002828. And that's your probation with the Maricopa County Superior Court. I think that's the one you were talking about. So your new charges from yesterday for driving with a suspended license would constitute a violation of Term 1 of your existing probation. In that probation violation matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting a hearing on May 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to that one?
Yes.
Okay, so you've got 3 hearings in 3 different courts to go to. It's a lot to keep track of, but it's important to keep track of it all.
Thank you, Tina.
That information is on your paperwork. I'm releasing you on your own recognizance in all 3 cases. You do need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release, okay?
Jenny, thank you for the follow.
You can, sir.
What 3 courtrooms is it? I know the dates, the 20th, 29th, and the 30th.
Okay, so it's all written down because there are 3. So the one is the Moon Valley Justice Court. That's on May 30th at 10. And then you have one in the El Centro Justice Court on May 29th at 8:30. But your first one coming up is your probation violation matter on May 20th at 8:30.
Come on, Wendy.
Downtown Maricopa County.
You're getting an FTA.
So it's a lot to keep track of, but it's all on your paperwork, okay?
Okay.
Don't forget to call your, to check in with your probation officer within 72 hours after you get released, okay, sir?
Okay, so am I getting released? Don't I got another court date at 10?
You don't have anything else with me or with this court that I'm aware of.
10 o'clock, Phoenix.
Okay, well, you've got something with Phoenix, but that's, they'll work that out.
Next!
Thank you, sir. Jacqueline,
She got a
Kia,
FTA.
please.
Up next on The Price is Wrong. Let's see who's coming up next.
Ms. Tapia, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Jocelyn Tapia,
Okay, and Ms. Tapia, what is your date of birth?
January 26, 2006.
Thank you, and you are here today because
It's me,
you were arrested
Mario.
yesterday on charges of assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor, disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and criminal damage, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those. For purposes of appointing you an attorney, I'm finding that you are not indigent. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on May 27th at 2 p.m. in the Buckeye Municipal Court. Will you go to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm releasing you today on your own recognizance, but you are subject to certain release conditions, including that you may not have contact with the alleged victim for any reason. You are also prohibited from residing at the same location as the alleged victim or going to the alleged victim's residence, even if you own or rent that residence. Okay, if you have essential belongings there, you need to arrange for a civil standby to get them. All right, go ahead, step to the left.
Yeah.
Awara Emican, please.
Oh, yeah, Cinderella. Go get yourself a fella.
Good morning, Your Honor.
You're on the clock.
Good morning, sir. Go ahead, state the record.
Awara KP Amin.
Mel Mechudo. What's up with that hair right
Can you
there?
say your last name again for me?
Awara KP Amin, as in a mean person.
Okay, Amin.
Yes, but I'm not a mean person.
I was not suggesting that you were, but I appreciate the assistance with the pronunciation. And Mr. Amin, what is your date of birth?
040691.
All right, and you are here because the Arrowhead Justice Court issued a warrant for your arrest. And this is a
mustache. You a question,
for
sir.
failure to pay.
What a banshee.
In their matter. In that matter, because of the nature of the charges, you're not entitled to have me appoint an attorney here for you today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on May 27th at 2 p.m. in the Arrowhead Justice Court. Will you go to that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance, sir.
Joe is whack.
All right, have a good day.
You as well, thank you.
Sandra Donaldson,
It's
and then Annie K. Hood.
Hey, and if you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. It's free 99. Are you out of your mind? Don't be a Mr. Krabby Patties. Don't be a Scrooge McDuck, if you will.
Okay.
Morning, ma'am. Go ahead. State your name for the record.
Sandra Renee Donaldson,
Ms. Donaldson, what is your date of birth?
July 1st, 1970.
Thank you, Pumpkin.
Thank you, ma'am. And you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for those. I am appointing you an attorney. And I'm setting 2 hearings in your case. The first on May 27th at 8:30, and the next one on May 29th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance.
You people getting off on these
Yes,
hearings
ma'am.
are beyond disgusting. You guys sicken me. You guys are gonna go straight to HELL.
All right, Annie K. Hood, please.
What up, Jill? That Krabby Patty is so funny.
All right, Ms. Hood, you should have been given a white laminated form. Were you given a white laminated form?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
Yeah, Judge Fletcher is. He definitely is. Scroll out of here. She's a thief. Hey, this is educational. If you don't see the value in it, then this probably isn't the place for you, if you will. We might have a laugh or two, or many laughs, if you will. But you know, hey, you can learn from this. Don't be a criminal.
Ms. Hood, a warrant for your arrest was issued by the state of Illinois. That state wants you back on its warrant. Before court, you were given that white laminated card we talked about. Did you read that paperwork?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. As I stated, you have a warrant from the state of Illinois. You have a choice to make at this time. You can choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing and be sent back to Illinois within 30 days, or you can demand an extradition hearing and that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both Illinois and Arizona before you are sent back to the state of Illinois. If you choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing, you would be held non-bondable in Maricopa County Jail for a period of up to 30 days to allow time for Illinois to come for you. That 30 days would start tomorrow as long as you do not have any criminal charges pending against you anywhere in Arizona. If you do have criminal charges pending against you in Arizona, the 30-day period would not start until those charges are resolved. If you choose to have an extradition hearing, I will set your hearing for May 2nd at 1:30 p.m. in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I cannot appoint an attorney to represent you because extradition matters are civil in nature, but you would have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense if you choose. You are entitled to bail, which in this case would be in the amount of a secured appearance bond of $50,000. If you are unable to post your bail, you would be held in custody during that time or until another judge modifies your bail. A governor's warrant signed by the governors of both states is required to extradite you to Illinois. That process could take up to 90 days. So at this point, I need to know whether or not you want to waive your right to an extradition hearing.
With the second one, you're saying, so the first one, I would be just waiting for 30 days, for up to 30 days for them to come and get me. The second one, I would have a hearing and I would be able to get my own attorney and come to the hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I would do the second one.
Okay, so you don't want to waive your right to the extradition here?
No, I work for a law firm. I would like to do this civil. This is something that happened when I was 17 years old, ma'am.
That is that, and I was just clarifying your choice.
Thank you so much for explaining it, because when you said it the first time, I'm like, I was confused. Thank you.
So she was a juvenile.
All right, as I said, I'm setting your hearing on May 2nd at 1:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court, and I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50,000. In the event that you are able to post that bond and secure your release pending your hearing, please make sure you keep the court updated on your address, okay?
Okay, and I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So I am just going to be held until May 2nd, until my court date?
Well, so because you chose not to waive the extradition hearing, you're going to be detained unless and until you post, until until the June 2nd hearing, unless you're able to post the bond.
And then with the second one,
you would be held non-bondable, waiting for Illinois to come get you. You can also talk to the judge on May 2nd at 1:30 about
May 2nd. Yeah, you guys are right.
Bond amount would be appropriate.
Why does she keep on saying May 2nd?
I put the $50,000 bond on there because that's what the warrant said.
I was a kid.
I knew it, James. I knew these were pre-recorded. Okay. I caught you. Damn you, James.
And if you want to talk to an attorney, want to have the opportunity to get that, This is your opportunity to do that.
I knew
before
it,
you waive
James.
your right.
I was waiting for you to slip
yes,
up.
I would like to talk to an attorney.
Okay.
Because you're saying that my first option is that I just wait for them. Either way, I'm not going to be getting released.
Well, so if you waive your right to an extradition hearing, you would be held non-bondable.
So I would still be here.
You would be here. Because you've not waived your right to an extradition hearing, I have set the extradition hearing for May 2nd at 1:30.
Why does she keep on saying May 2nd?
And I'm holding you subject to you posting the secured appearance bond.
She's blowing my cover over here.
$50,000.
That's what the warrant said.
Okay, and then
I don't have $50, let alone 50,000.
If you're able
Jeez.
to retain an attorney, you can talk to your attorney, and that attorney may be able to give you options.
And what is today's date?
Today's date is May 13th.
May 13th. What? Today's the 13th?
May 13th.
What the hell?
May 13th.
And then my hearing is when?
June 2nd at 1:30 p.m.
June. All right. About time she says it. Almost blew my cover over here.
May 2nd.
No.
Okay.
Judge.
This is so hard.
Tick tock.
If you are
tick tock.
unsure, ma'am.
I am so unsure.
Okay,
They haven't said what her charges are.
Take the time to make make the decision that's right for you. If that includes waiting to talk to an attorney, then it's okay to wait.
Okay, and then I just have another question, if that's okay.
Ay, ay, ay.
So with my first option, I'll be waiting up to 30 days.
Yes, you would waive your right to an extradition hearing. You would be held non-bondable, so you would be in jail until for up to 30 days to give Illinois the opportunity to come for you.
Okay, and you guys would give them 30 days?
So there's a 30-day period. They can ask for an extension of that 30 days.
Okay.
How are you? I'm watching them with my eyes.
And then with the second option,
Preferably.
I would be here.
I try not to use my mouth when I watch these.
Well, so with the second option, you would be here.
You're awesome. Thank you.
There would be a bond. So if you're able to post that bond, you would be able to.
No one I know has $50,000.
Okay, it is a secured appearance bond. So you can work with a bonding company to post that bond. And if you talk to an attorney, jail staff will have the information about bail companies or bond companies and that information. You can talk to them. And also talk to an attorney about that. Okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead, step to the left. Officers have your paperwork.
Next!
All right, Paul Struble, please.
You know what? The only time I've seen a lawyer show up is when it's provided, when you pay for it. Other than that, for the initial appearances.
All right, Mr. Struble, go ahead and state your name for the record.
Paul Michael Struble Jr.
All right, and Mr. Struble, what's your date of birth?
4/12/93.
All right,
right, Lori?
You are also here on two matters. Let's go ahead and talk about your Arizona matter first. You are here in part because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for failure to appear in Maricopa County Matter CR 2025-110877. In that matter, because it is a failure to appear, if you are eligible for an attorney should already have been appointed for you, so I am not appointing an attorney for you here today. I am setting a hearing on May 19th at 8:30 and May 22nd at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your Maricopa County failure to appear matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. Now, you are also here because...
Hey, Tracy, thank you for that. Highly appreciate that.
Because California issued a warrant for your arrest, and that state wants you back on its warrant. You also should have received a white laminated card. Did you get that?
I did.
What up, Lori? From the three.
So, as I stated, you have a warrant from the state of California. You have a choice to make. You can choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing and be sent back to California within 30 days, or you can demand an extradition hearing and that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both California and Arizona before you are sent back to the state of California. If you choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing, you would be held non-bondable in Maricopa County for a period of up to 30 days to allow time for the requesting state to come for you. That 30 days would start tomorrow as long as you do not have any criminal charges pending against you anywhere in Arizona. And it does appear that you do have an unresolved Arizona case. Let's look.
So does that mean I can't waive it?
You can waive it. Hold on, give me just a second. Let me look real quick. Hold on.
9 out of 10 times, I would say most states are going to come pick you up, especially a state like California, Texas, and Illinois. They're going to pick you up. They're gonna hire a third-party company to come pick you up, and they're going to drive you across the country, give you that diesel therapy, if you will.
If you have criminal charges pending against you in Arizona, it looks like you do have an open direct complaint here in Arizona. The 30-day period would not start until the Arizona charges are resolved. If you choose to have an extradition hearing, I will set your extradition hearing for June 2nd at 1:30 p.m. I cannot appoint an attorney to represent you because extradition matters are civil in nature, but you would
they
have
don't want him.
hire a lawyer at your own expense if you choose. You are entitled to bail, which in this case would be $75,000.
75?
If you aren't able to post your bail, you would be held in custody during that time or until another judge modifies your bail. A governor's warrant signed by the governors of both California and Arizona is required to extradite you to California. That process could take up to 90 days. So you need to make a decision about whether or not you want to waive your right to an extradition.
Yeah, Dan, I think it is. Lori?
I'll waive it.
Okay. Then you would be held non-bondable here in Arizona until your Arizona, for 30 days after your Arizona charges are resolved.
Okay.
Okay? All right. And I just want to make clear, you're aware that you have an open direct complaint here in Arizona?
Yes.
Okay. So you will be held non-bondable during the pendency of that matter?
That's fine.
Okay. All right, I understand at this time you do want to sign the waiver of extradition. I need to ask you some questions as I'm making a record of the proceeding. Did you read the waiver of extradition paperwork?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand that you do not have to sign the paperwork?
Jules, thank you for the follow.
Okay. Do you understand that you have the right to an extradition hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand that you have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to demand that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both Arizona and California before you are returned?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to bail?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to give up those rights and sign the paperwork?
Yeah.
Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to sign the paperwork?
No.
Have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication within the last 24 hours?
It's like they're inconveniencing him.
Okay.
How dare they?
If in that event, do you believe that the drugs, alcohol, or medication has affected your ability to understand the proceedings here this morning?
No.
I find that you knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily are signing the waiver, and I'm also signing it.
Oh, they care.
In the sheriff's office to notify the requesting state that you are ready to return. The requesting state will have
He probably has
30
morning
days
breath.
tomorrow to pick you up unless there
Hasn't
are
brushed
local
his
charges
teeth.
pending. As we have discussed, you do have charges pending against you in Arizona, so that 30-day period will not start until your Maricopa County charges are resolved. You understand that, correct?
Yuck. Yuck.
Yes.
You guys dragging breath.
Okay, and it goes on to say, if there are local charges pending, the 30 days will not start until the conclusion of that case. And that's what we just discussed.
Okay.
All right. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right. Then the officers have paperwork for you to sign, and I need to sign it as well.
He hasn't even got his fish kit yet.
And I just... Wait, hold on. I messed up. Give me a second.
Well, I could tell you this much. I'm doing a lot better than the individuals that came up in front of this court today. So any day I'm not in jail is always a good day, if you will. And hey, just for the record, this is for educational purposes only. I think there's a lot to be learned from these court appearances. We have a lot of a lot of job interviews. Heck yes, we need to go live coverage. Hey, you know what? Diddy, I believe it's a federal case. From my understanding, they normally don't allow access to or video or live video feeds from federal cases. That's why they normally see the drawings. I think they do allow audio recording, but live feeds, I don't think so. Yep, no video. That's right. Hey, how are you? Hey, I'm doing pretty good. I can't complain. They won't for Diddy. I think Diddy is close. Yeah, it's a Fed case. Yeah, so no video. Yeah, that's why they all. That's how you could tell the Fed cases, because they always have those drawings. They have somebody in there drawing the cases, so you can talk about it. Not on federal. No cameras in the Fed. Yep, correct, James. Learn. I don't want to be there. Hey, yeah, for reals. Hey, these when you end up in front of these courts, it's not a pleasant experience. Like, they'll wake you up at the crack of dawn to go to these courts, and then sometimes they'll make you do a dry run. You go to court and surprise, you didn't even have court. You see, do you think Diddy will be found? I think he's gonna get washed up. I think he's done. Put a fork in him. There's no way they're gonna use him. Can you be outside of the court recording for federal? Outside, yeah. Like outside the courthouse, yeah. But inside, no. It's not gonna happen. He's gonna take everyone down with him. That's to be seen. Cause I mean, I haven't seen the list, but I could imagine the who's that was involved in it. It's not gonna end well. Well, at least for him. He's cooked. Just depends on. They're gonna give him life. They're gonna wash him up. What about the prison cases? I think he would be burnt to a crisp. Yeah. 4 a.m. wake up to go to court, sit in the holding cell for 5 hours before you finally go to court, right? You see, people are doing lives outside the courtroom on TT. Hey, I don't blame them. Hey, that's how they're gonna get a lot of followers out there. I heard a lot of big names were brought up in trial yesterday. Sheesh. Yeah, there's a couple of people streaming outside the court or the house, even here on TT. Yeah. That's a good way to get us some new followers, if you will. I wish I could do it.
Are we ready for the house call?
Maybe I will do a.
We have 4 house calls today. Our first house call is Lila's.
No, I didn't see that. I read somewhere about it, but I haven't seen the coverage.
His birth is 8/15 of 1984.
Can you watch prison
hearings?
hearings?
Is with us here today, or I will be doing a house call for Ms. Scales for 2 probation violation matters. And the Ms. Scales is currently on probation in cases CR 2022-147878 and CR 2023-147868. Ms. Scales' new charges in case CR 2025-118169 would constitute a violation of term 1 of her existing probations in her 22 and 23 case. In those probation violation matters, I am appointing Ms. Scales an attorney, and I'm setting a hearing on May 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In both of those probation violation matters, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. Our next house call is Spencer Barber. Mr. Barber's date of birth is August 18th of 2006. Mr. Barber was arrested yesterday on charges of assault, a Class 3 misdemeanor, and disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor.
Oh, nah. I heard of her, but I'm not too familiar about her case.
Wait, hold on just a second.
Hold up. Take your time, Your Honor. Take your time. Wonder how many house calls. Hopefully not that many.
For purposes of appointing Mr. Barber an attorney, I am finding that he is indigent. An attorney should be appointed for him at his next hearing, which will be on May 27th at 9 a.m. At this point, my intention is to release Mr. Barber on his own recognizance with the release condition that he not return.
Yeah, I am. Cool,
any contact with the alleged victim. Our next house call is Shauna Fisher. Ms. Fisher is here because she was arrested yesterday on charges of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, a class 3 misdemeanor, and possession of narcotic drugs, a class 4 felony. I did not find probable cause for the felony. However, I did find probable cause for the misdemeanor charge. I will be reminding Ms. Fisher that charges can still be brought with regard to the drug charge, and that matter is not dismissed. I am appointing Ms. Fisher an attorney, and I'm setting a hearings for Ms. Fisher on May 27th at 8:30 and May 29th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. My intention at this point is to release Ms. Fisher to pretrial services. Our next house call is Simon Campillo. Mr. Campillo's date of birth is 5/11 of 1993. Mr. Campillo was arrested yesterday on charges of first-degree criminal trespass, a class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for that, and I am appointing Mr. Campillo an attorney. I'm setting 2 hearings in Mr. Campillo's case, the first on May 27th at 8:30 and the next one on May 29th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. My intention at this point is to release Mr. Campillo on his own recognizance as well. If anything changes after I speak with the house calls, I will update my written orders. And with that, we are going to stand adjourned for the 8 a.m. calendar, and we will reconvene at 11. And we're off there.
Thank you. All right. So I'm about to sign up, guys. But if you guys want to continue watching, I'm about to start up the hearings for Pima County on YT. Go to CollectCallFrom on YT, and you could continue watching the one here on Pima that I'm just starting up.
Recommending that you be held on a bond of $15,000, and if released to pretrial services. I've also reviewed the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances surrounding the charges, and I have reviewed pretrial services information, which lets me know whether or not you have any criminal history. It lets me know whether you were able to provide information about your ties to the community and any references, and it also lets me know their assessments and recommendations. Would the state like to be heard further on its request?
Your Honor, just noting the unprovoked and relatively brutal nature of this assault, $15,000 is entirely appropriate given that this is to be unprovoked and on a roommate. Thank you.
Thank you. And defend.
Good morning, Your Honor. Teresa Palacios with the Public Defender. Just highlighting that the new criminal activity scale is only a 1 and the failure to appear is only a 2. It looks like housing is trying to be verified away from the victim. And once that's done, it looks like he has somewhere he can go. He just needs some time to do that. So setting a bond today, something more nominal, maybe $1,000, so that when housing is appropriately established, he can bond out.
Thank you. Great. I'm going to order a bond of $5,000 that will be cash or secured. If you are able to post bond, you'll be released to pretrial services. You'll be required to submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence. You may not possess any firearms or weapons while you're on pretrial release. No contact with the alleged victim, and do not go to their home or their workplace. Your next court date will be scheduled for May 23rd at 1:30 for a preliminary hearing at Pima County Justice Court. If you remain in custody, the jail will make you available for the hearing. If you are released, it'll be your responsibility to appear. It's possible that court date will not go forward, but if you do fail to miss court, if you fail to appear at court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Mr. Armendariz? Thank you. You're excused for today.
Make sure you call the public defender so they can just see your attorney. Okay.
Please state your name.
Alexis Castellioro.
Ms. Castellioro, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of organized retail theft, aggravated shoplifting, and theft. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing the Pima County Legal Defender's Office to represent you. We are going to talk about your conditions of release today. I have reviewed the state's recommendation. They are recommending that you be held on a bond of $7,500 and if released, be released to pretrial services. I've also reviewed the interim complaint describing the circumstances surrounding your charges. And I've reviewed information provided by pretrial services. They let me know whether you have prior felony convictions. They let me know whether you have been able to provide information or references regarding your ties to the community, and they make assessments and recommendations. And it's also my understanding that you are being held on another felony matter that is not before me today, so regardless of what I ordered in this case, you would not be released until that was resolved. Would the state like to be heard further about its recommendation? Mr. Poston, I believe you.
No, Your Honor.
Okay,
I was muted. I apologize.
That's fine, thank you. And defense.
Can I have just a second, Your Honor? Thank you, Your Honor. I want to highlight the fact that she has no priors, felony convictions. There is no alleged victim in this case. I know she's being held on another bond for a different matter, so I would ask for a bond in this case so she can get time credit and have it be a nominal bond. She is a Tucson resident and has housing with family, you know, if she bonds out that she can remove to.
Thank you. I will order a bond of $750 cash or secured. If you are able to post bond and be released because your other matter has cleared up, you will be released to pretrial services. You'll be ordered to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, no contact with the alleged victim. You cannot return to the incident location. Your next court date will be May 23rd at 1:30 for a preliminary hearing. It's possible that court date will change. And it's important to know your court dates because if you are released and then fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest.
All right. I'll get in touch with your attorney. Okay.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Estrella Loreto.
Ms. Loreto, this is the time for your initial appearance on a couple of different matters. You have new felony charges of aggravated harassment, and then there's also a case out of Sarita. For interfering with judicial proceedings or not obeying a judicial order. We're going to talk about your you have the right to remain silent in all of these matters. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing Eric Match to represent you in the new felony charges. His phone number will be on the paperwork you receive. I'll also be appointing an attorney to represent you in the Sarita case. We're going to talk, you have counsel seated next to you for today's hearing, and we are going to talk about your conditions of release. So I have reviewed, and that does look to be correct. So when the state requests that based on Article 2 of the Arizona Constitution, I do have to hold you without bond today and then set your case for a hearing. I'll be setting that hearing on May 19th at 2:30 p.m. And at that time, more information will be presented, and the court will determine whether to continue holding you without bond or to set a bond and conditions of release in your case. Do you understand?
Yes,
And then I will also go ahead and set your preliminary hearing for May 23rd at 1:30. It's possible that court date will change. If you are released and fail to appear for any future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And then we'll look at your Sarita matter. And in that case, I will just order a bond of $50 cash or security. If you are able to post that bond, the additional conditions of release are no alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, no contact with the alleged victim, do not go to their residence or workplace, and I'll appoint Gary Grinkowicz to represent you in that case. Your next will be May 20th at 3 p.m. If you remain in custody, the jail will make you available for that hearing. If you are released, it'll be your responsibility to appear. And if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused for today.
So the court date, actually sent is going. We're doing the speakers now. Thank you.
We're going to talk about your conditions of release this morning. I have reviewed the officer's narrative and probable cause statement, and I have reviewed information provided about you by pretrial services. It looks like they were not able to speak with the alleged victim, so I am going to order that you're not allowed to have any contact with her at this point in time. It would take the next judge to see your case, changing that order for you to be allowed to have contact with her. If I were to order that you were, actually, hold on. If I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for court, would you appear at your next court date?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you abide by the condition of having no contact with Xana Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Great, then I will order that you are released on your promise to appear for court. Your next court date is going to be on May 23rd. That's at 10:30 in the morning. That is with Judge Foreman at Pima County Justice Court. The additional conditions of release are that you may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not commit any acts of domestic violence. As I mentioned, no contact with the alleged victim. Don't return to her residence or workplace. And were you living there?
Yes, yeah.
So I will order that you can return, excuse me, you can return one time with a law enforcement escort to obtain your necessary belongings, okay? Do you understand?
I'm sorry. I'm a little confused. From my own place of residence?
If that's also where she's living, then yes.
So where am I supposed to go?
So you'll have to find another place to stay. If you do need help with that, there is a transition center right outside of the jail, and they can help provide you with resources.
Okay. And so my girlfriend, she can leave the house. Her parents live here. She can go home. That is my house. I have nowhere else to go.
So, Mr. Adams, if the two of you are living together, I'm giving her some time to deal with that. This isn't a forever order, but this is the order until another judge, or if you happen to be in front of me, changes the order. Because she is the alleged victim in the case. You understand?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you. You're excused for today.
Thank you.
Just go back down to the pit. Yep.
Please see.
Dara Brule.
Ms. Brule, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here on a few different matters.
Okay.
In Pima County Justice Court, you have a charge that was in warrant status based from failing to appear, of criminal trespass, and of shoplifting. And then from Tucson City Court, you have. Okay, well, ma'am, you've been accused of shoplifting.
Okay, all right, whatever.
You know the charges.
Okay, go ahead.
And in Tucson City Court, you have charges of assault and disorderly conduct. You have the right to remain silent on all of these matters. Will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. And in the Pima County Justice Court cases, I am appointing Janet Altschuler to represent you. And I think I can also appoint her in the Tucson City Court cases. So I will appoint the same attorney to represent you in all of these cases.
Awesome.
We're going to talk about your conditions of release today. And at this time, I am going to order that you're held on a bond in these matters. So on the criminal trespass case, I'm going to order a bond of $50, cash or secured. And your next court date will be tomorrow at 1 p.m. with Judge Garza. If you are released, the orders are no alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, no contact with the alleged victim, do not go to the incident location.
She's dead.
And then in the shoplifting matter, I am going to also order a bond of $50, cash or secured, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victim, do not return to the incident location, and you will also be seen at 1 p.m. tomorrow with Judge Garza at Pima County Justice Court for that matter.
Thank you. This is another Dara.
And then
it's called the shapeshifter. I just have to let you know, I don't steal.
And then on the new charges out of Tucson City Court, I will enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf, and you are presumed to be innocent. I'm going to order that there's a bond of $250 cash or secured on these matters. If you are able to be released after posting bond, the additional orders are to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, have no contact of any kind with the alleged victim, do not return to the incident location. And your next court date for Tucson City Court, it will be different depending on whether you post bond or not. So if you do remain in custody, you'll be seen in Tucson City Court on May 23rd at 1:45 with Judge Mayhew for a video review. And if you are able to post bond and be released, then they won't see you until June 13th, 2025 at 9:30 in the morning for a pretrial conference, also with Judge Mayhew. If you were to fail to appear for any of these court dates after being released, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Ms. Brule? All right, thank you. You're excused.
Real? Come on. Oh. Right.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Ana Cubillas.
Ms. Cubillas, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here on charges of criminal trespass, which is a domestic violence offense. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. This morning, we're going to talk about your conditions of release. I have reviewed the probable cause statement, and I have reviewed some information provided about you by pretrial services. And ma'am, if I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear, would you appear for your next court date?
Yes, ma'am.
And if I were to order that you could not have any contact with Ivan Ruiz, would you be able to abide by that condition of release?
Yes, ma'am.
So I will order that you're released on your promise to appear. The additional conditions of release are no alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, no contact with Mr. Ruiz, don't go to his residence or workplace. Your next court date is going to be on May 23rd at 10:30 in the morning. That's with Judge Foreman at Pima County Justice Court. If you were to fail to appear for court, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You're excused for today.
Thank you.
Please stay with the corner of the lady.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Matthew Mungaray.
Mr. Mungaray, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on charges of assault, criminal damage, disorderly conduct, and preventing the use of a telephone in an emergency. These are all domestic violence related offenses. And you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by, you have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We're going to talk about your conditions of release this morning. I have reviewed the probable cause statement, and I have also reviewed some information provided by pretrial services. Sir, if I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for your future court date, would you appear?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then if I were to order that you could not have any contact with Dulce, would you abide by that condition of release?
Yes, Your Honor.
Were the two of you living together?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so I will order that you're released on your promise to appear for court. The additional orders are not to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, not to commit any acts of domestic violence, no contact with the alleged victim, do not go to her residence or workplace. Your next court date is going to be on May 23rd. That's at 10:30 in the morning. And that is with Judge Foreman at Pima County Justice Court. If you were to fail to appear, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused for today. Please state your name.
Story Donovan Ratcliffe.
Mr. Ratcliffe, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of disorderly conduct and domestic violence disorderly conduct. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in certain circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. We're going to talk about your conditions of release this morning, and I have reviewed the probable cause statement. I have also reviewed information provided by the pretrial services.
I just want to let you know that I am on the line. I am Stoy's mom, supposedly a victim of
Thank you.
whatever this is.
Thank you, Ms. Ratcliffe. I was just about to turn to you to ask if you had something that you would like to say. So would you like to know anything before I determine his conditions of release?
Yes. My landlord was standing outside my window, and Stoy was not yelling, but raised his voice at me and was kind of, excuse my French, bitching at me. And the landlord busted in the back door and wanted to fight Stoy. One was just as much in the wrong as the other.
Thank you. And are you comfortable continuing to have contact with Stoy Ratcliffe?
Yes.
Okay.
I take care of her, ma'am.
As long as he behaves himself.
Okay. And you do not, I take it, object to his release?
No, I don't.
Okay.
He needs help.
Then I do expect to release him on his promise to appear for future court dates. Do you have anything else you want me to know?
I just got Stoy an intake with Miranda Behavioral Health. He has a case manager there, Jennifer Valenzuela. She has recently saw the psychologist or whatever it is. I don't know what happened there because I was in the hospital. I was just released a few days ago. And so I haven't had time to find out anything that happened when he saw that psychologist.
Okay, great. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Mr. Ratcliffe, I am going to order that you're released on your promise to appear for future court dates. Your next court date is going to be May 23rd at 10:30 with Judge Foreman. That'll be for an arraignment. If you were to fail to appear for court, a warrant could issue for your arrest. And then the additional conditions of release are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs and commit no acts of domestic violence. Do you understand?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Ratcliffe, and you're excused for today, Mr. Ratcliffe.
Thank you.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Richard Martinez.
Mr. Martinez, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of shoplifting and interfering with a judicial order. These were older charges that were in warrant status due to your failure to appear. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. And you have the right to be represented by an attorney. It's my understanding that the public defender was previously appointed and then relieved when you did not appear. I will appoint them again to represent you.
I don't have patrons to represent me. I tried to fire her 2 times and they would not allow me to.
Okay. 1 second.
That was part of what's wrong with my case.
I will appoint a contract attorney to represent you. I'm going to appoint Scott Redmond to represent you.
Okay.
All right. We're going to talk about your conditions of release this morning, and I am going to order a bond of $50, cash or secured. If you are able to post that bond, the additional conditions are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence, do not go to the incident location, and abide by any previously ordered conditions of release. Your next court date, if you remain in custody, will be a video review on May 23rd at 1:45. And if you are able to post bond and be released, then your next court date will be a pretrial conference on June 20th at 9:30 in the morning. Either way, that's at Tucson City Court before Judge Cranshaw. If you were to, if you are able to post bond and be released, and then you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You're excused for today. That goes to you. Good morning. Please state your name.
Nunez.
Mr. Nunez, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of criminal damage, interfering with a judicial order, and criminal trespass. The first 2 are domestic violence offenses. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You are presumed to be innocent, and I will enter pleas if not guilty on your behalf today. Your next court date, I'm skipping over some steps there. We're going to talk about your conditions of release this morning. I have read the officer's narrative, and I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know whether you have any criminal history that's relevant to this case, and whether you were able to provide information about your ties to the community or any references. It also lets me know the assessments and recommendations made by pretrial services. And just to double check, I do see that Mr. Nunez is on probation out of another county, but I don't, oh, wait. Nope, I don't see a hold. Is that what the jail has as well, that there is no hold?
I have no hope for them.
Thank you. All right. Sir, if I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for your next court date, would you appear for your next court date?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
And I'm also going to order that you can't have any contact of any kind with Leticia V. Are you able to abide by that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I will order that you're released on your promise to appear. You may not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not commit any acts of domestic violence. Violating an order of protection is an act of domestic violence. You may not have any contact with Leticia V. You may not go to her residence or workplace, and you may not go to Circle K. Your next court date will be on June 10th at 1:30 with Judge Million at Tucson City Court. If you were to fail to appear for that court date, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You're excused for today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please state your name.
Jason Packard.
Mr. Packard, this is the time for your initial appearance on charges of disorderly conduct and disturbing electronic communications. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire an attorney of your choice, and in some circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf. I have reviewed the officer's narrative, and I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services. Sir, if I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for your next court date, would you appear?
Absolutely.
And if I were to order that you could have no contact of any kind, including third-party contact with Victoria Wilkerson, would you abide by that condition?
Yes, I would.
All right, so I'm going to order that you are released on your promise to appear. You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not commit any acts of domestic violence. You may not have any contact with Victoria Wilkerson. You may not go to her residence or workplace. You may not attempt communication with her or harassment to her through third parties. Your next court date is going to be June 10th at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's with Judge Million for a domestic violence arraignment. You are presumed to be innocent, and I will enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf today. However, if you fail to appear for future court dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearing can go forward in your absence, and that includes trial. And if you are convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand?
I do.
Thank you. You're excused for today. Good morning. Please state your name.
Good morning, Armani Rogers.
Ms. Rogers, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here today on charges of assault and disorderly conduct, which are domestic violence offenses. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You are presumed to be innocent, and I will enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf today. We're going to talk about your conditions of release. And if I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear, would you appear for your next court date?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So I am going to order that you're released on your promise to appear. Your next court date is going to be June 10th, 2025 at 1:30. If you were to fail to appear for court, a warrant could issue for your arrest. The hearings could go forward in your absence. That includes trial. And if you fail to appear for sentencing after being convicted for at least 90 days, you could lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
The additional conditions are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal substances and that you commit no acts of domestic violence. All right, you're excused for today.
Okay, thank you.
LWOP
Good morning. Please state your name.
Zero Romero.
Mr. Romero, this is the time for your initial appearance after being arrested on warrants out of Tucson City Court for failing to appear on, one charge of criminal trespass, 5 charges of possession of drug paraphernalia, and 1 charge of unlawful possession of prescription drugs. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. I am appointing the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you. And we are going to talk about your conditions of release. I'm going to order that you are held on a bond of $200, cash or secured. The additional orders, if you are released, are to possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, have no contact of any kind with the alleged victim of the criminal trespass, do not return to that incident location, and to abide by any previously ordered conditions of release. If you remain in custody, your next court date will be a video review on May 23rd at 1:45. And if you are released after posting bond, then your next court date will be June 23rd at 9:30. Either way, it's with Judge Hale at Tucson City Court. If you are released and then fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand? All right, thank you. You're excused for today. And I believe this is the first interpreter matter, if I'm following along correctly.
Yeah. Yes, interpreter is ready, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name.
Buenos días, denme su nombre, por favor.
Dairi Aguilar.
Dairi Aguilar.
Ms. Aguilar, this is the time for your initial appearance on charges of, let's see, 3 charges of assault, 4 charges of disorderly conduct.
Bueno, está aquí esta mañana por la comparecencia inicial en 3 acusaciones de agresión y 4 acusaciones de alteración del orden público.
And 1 charge of criminal damage to property.
Y otra acusación de daños a propiedad ajena.
These are all domestic violence offenses.
Todas estas son ofensas que resultan de actos de violencia doméstica.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire counsel of your choice, and in some circumstances, an attorney may be appointed on your behalf.
Tiene usted derecho a guardar silencio. Cualquier cosa que diga podrá y será usado en contra suya. Tiene derecho usted a contratar abogado propio. En ciertas circunstancias se le puede designar un abogado de oficio.
You are presumed to be innocent, and I will enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf this morning. We're going to talk about your conditions of release, and if I were to order that you were released on your promise to appear for court, would you appear at your next court date?
También hablaremos de las condiciones de libertad provisional. Ahora, si le permito que salga de la cárcel usted, ¿puede presentarse cuando le correspondan audiencias en el futuro? Yes.
I am going to order that you are released on your promise to appear. The additional orders are that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs and commit no acts of domestic violence.
Bueno, sí voy a permitir que salga de la cárcel este día. Las condiciones adicionales de libertad provisional incluyen nada de posesión de licor, nada de droga y nada de comisión de actos adicionales de violencia doméstica.
We were not able to reach the alleged victims, so I am also going to order that you're not allowed to have contact with them.
No pudimos comunicarnos con la víctima que se alega en el caso suyo, así es que le voy a prevenir tener contacto adicional con la víctima.
That means you may not go to their residence or workplace as well.
Eso significa que se le prohíbe ir a donde vivan ellos y donde trabajen ellos también.
And your next court date will be June 17th at 2 p.m.
La próxima audiencia en su caso se pacta para el día 17 de junio a las 2 de la tarde.
That's at Tucson City Court, and if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest.
Esto será llevado a cabo en el juzgado municipal de Tucson. Si no se presenta, se ordenará su detención.
The hearings can also go forward in your absence, including trial.
Los audiencias pueden proceder en su ausencia, incluyendo su juicio mismo.
And if you are convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing for 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal.
Si se le pronuncia culpable estando ausente y no se le puede dar la sentencia dentro de 90 días, podrá perder el derecho de apelar el fallo de culpable.
Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court?
Ahora, ¿comprende usted las consecuencias de no presentarse cuando debe hacerlo?
Sí.
Yes.
And were you living with your mother, grandmother, or sister?
Ahora, ¿usted estaba viviendo junta con su madre, su hermana y su abuela?
Sí.
Yes.
So I will
Yes, I
order,
was.
I will order then that you can return one time with law enforcement to retrieve your personal belongings that you need for now.
Ahora, voy a ordenar que se le permite regresar una vez acompañado de una escolta de policías o agentes del orden público para recoger sus bienes personales por lo pronto.
And it's possible that your next judge could change that order if they are willing to have you back in the home.
Ahora, es muy posible que el próximo juez a quien se presente usted podrá modificar esta orden si piensa que es procedente permitir que regrese usted a esa casa.
Thank you. You're excused for today.
Gracias, es todo por hoy. Puede retirarse.
Let's see what the fumes. Solo me perdí.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Buenos días, denos su nombre, por favor.
Faustino Robles.
Faustino Robles.
Mr. Robles, this is the time for your initial appearance on charges of aggravated wrong-way driving.
Señor Robles, esta es la comparecencia inicial en los cargos suyos por conducir en sentido contrario por la vía pública.
Okay.
You have the right.
Okay.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything against you.
Tiene derecho a guardar silencio. Cualquier cosa que diga podrá y será usada en contra suya.
You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you.
Tiene usted derecho a ser representado por algún abogado. Voy a asignar a la Oficina de Abogados de Oficio del Condado Pima la Defensoría Pública.
You have counsel seated next to you for today's hearing, and we are going to talk about your conditions of release.
Esta mañana tiene a su lado a un representante de esa Oficina de Abogados de Oficio. Hablaremos de las condiciones de libertad provisional en su caso. Escuche.
I have reviewed the probable cause statement from the interim complaint.
Ya he revisado el informe que se generó por la Agencia de Servicios Públicos de motivos fundamentados en la querella inicial.
I have reviewed the state's recommendation that I impose a bond of $5,000, and if you are able to post that bond, that you be released to pretrial services.
También he revisado la recomendación de la Fiscalía que pide que se le imponga fianza de $5,000. Si logra usted prestar esta fianza y logra salir, pasará a la supervisión provisional de la Agencia de Servicios Preprocesales Pretrial Services.
And I have reviewed the information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know whether you have any relevant criminal history, whether you were able to provide information about your ties to the community and references, and their assessments and recommendations.
También he revisado el informe que preparó esa misma agencia de servicios previos al juicio, de antecedentes suyos, información personal, lazos de la comunidad, etc.
Would the state like to be heard further on its recommendation?
No, Judge.
Thank you, and
La
defense.
Fiscalía no tiene más que comentar, ahora la defensa. Escuche. Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry.
For the defense, Your Honor, I'm thinking that release to pretrial services is appropriate in this case. Mr. Robles has no felony criminal history and only one misdemeanor. This is an alleged DUI. He is 56 years old. He is a Tucson resident. He is employed full-time.
Señora juez, pensamos nosotros que la supervisión de la agencia previa al juicio para el señor Robles es prudente. Él no tiene antecedentes por delitos mayores, tiene un delito menor de conductor ebrio, él tiene lazos firmes en la comunidad, trabaja hábilmente. Go ahead.
This is a level 1 offense, and his new criminal activity and failure to appear is only at a 2. Additionally, just highlighting what the county attorney's policy has been with indicting these DUI cases if he's held in custody, and it's not for the full period of time for whatever the DUI mandatory jail time is, he won't get credit for that. So for those reasons, asking for pretrial services.
Bueno, él solamente tiene la puntuación del nivel 1 de reincidencia o posibilidades de poder cometer delitos de nuevo. Eso además llega al nivel número 2. Y según la política de la Fiscalía de pedir que se le siga en custodia por el tiempo máximo de la pena posible, y no se le acreditaría tiempo de que lleva cumplido en la cárcel antes de la resolución final del caso. Así es que pensamos que la supervisión de la Agencia de Servicios previos al juicio es lo prudente y procedente.
I'm going to give you a chance on pretrial services, sir.
Señor, sí le voy a dar la oportunidad de que cumpla bien con la supervisión de la Agencia de Servicios previos al juicio, Pre-Trial Services.
You are required to submit to monitoring and treatment as directed by pretrial services.
Tendrá usted que someterse a monitoreo, evaluación y tratamiento que le recomienden ellos.
You may not possess or consume alcohol or illegal drugs.
No podrá tener en su poder o posesión ni licor ni drogas de sustancias ilícitas.
Your driver's license may have been impacted by this, and if so, you are not allowed to drive.
Ahora, es posible que ya se le haya comprometido su licencia para conducir, y si es así, no podrá manejar.
And you may not possess firearms or weapons while you are on pretrial release.
Y mientras siga supervisado por la Agencia de Servicios previos al juicio pendiente de su caso, tampoco podrá tener en su poder o posesión armas de fuego.
Your next court date will be June 2nd at 1:30 in the afternoon for a preliminary hearing.
Ahora, la próxima audiencia en su caso, señor, se pacta para el 2 de junio a la 1:30 para una audiencia preliminar.
If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Si no se presenta cuando debe hacerlo después, señor, se ordenará su detención. ¿Entiende lo que le digo?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, thank you. You're excused for today.
Bien, gracias. Puede retirarse por hoy. Es todo.
Okay, gracias.
Your Honor, Ms. Excused?
Yes, thank you.
And Mr. Lopez says thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
¿Usted qué?
Abogada.
¿Una abogada?
Sí.
Oiga, ¿y no van a salir ahora?
No.
No.
Oh, no, sí.
¿Sí, verdad?
Please state your name.
Brandon Griffin.
Mr. Griffin, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here this morning on charges of disorderly conduct with a weapon, misconduct involving weapons, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, discharging a firearm at a structure, endangerment, and child abuse. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the legal defender's office to represent you. You also have counsel seated next to you this morning for the purposes of today's hearing. We are going to discuss your conditions of release, and I have reviewed the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances surrounding the offense. I have reviewed the state's recommendation, which is that you be held on a bond of $100,000, and if you are able to post that bond, that you be released to pretrial services. I have also reviewed information from pretrial services, which lets me know whether you have any felony criminal history, what information you were able to provide about your ties to the community and references, and their assessments and recommendations. Would the state like to be heard further regarding its recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor. This person got into a road rage incident, and with his child in the vehicle, not only continued the road rage, clipped the other vehicle at high speed, caused an accident, then was handed a gun by his accomplice, fired the gun at the victim, and the bullet passed through the windshield and apparently lodged in the passenger seat, narrowly missing the driver, who was, of course, in the driver's seat. But, Your Honor, we're looking at gunfire in the scope of a road rage incident with a baby in the car. This is incredibly dangerous. He could have killed bystanders. He could have killed his own child. Thank you.
Thank you, and defense.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
You may
we're asking for a $10,000 bond in this case due to the fact that Mr. Griffin only has one prior from 2018. His failure to appear and new criminal activity level is at a level 3. He has housing here in Tucson with family, and he is employed full time. Also, after looking at the interim complaint, it is not clear who was at fault for the initial aggressive driving, who caused that initial accident. Just noting that, and also just highlighting the fact that there are no allegations of any individuals getting physically harmed or any death. So for those reasons, Mr. Griffin has, strong ties to the community, no reason to not appear in court. This seems like a standalone incident, so no serious concerns of new criminal activity, and so a $10,000 bond we think is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Well argued. However, I do find this to be extremely dangerous and violent behavior. I am going to order $100,000 bond. That'll be cash or secured. Pretrial services if the bond is posted. No alcohol or illegal drugs. No firearms or weapons. Participate in monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No contact with the alleged victim. Do not go to their residence or workplace. And if your driver's license was impacted, you may not drive. Your next court date will be May 23rd at 1:30 for a preliminary hearing. If you were to be released and then fail to appear for that hearing, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Mr. Griffin?
Yes.
Thank you. You're excused for today. Good morning. Please state your name.
Jesús Santiago Arvizo.
Mr. Arbizo, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here on charges of possession of a dangerous drug, possession of a narcotic drug, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of dangerous drugs for sale, and possession of narcotic drugs for sale. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. I am appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. You have counsel seated with you for the purposes of today's hearing. This morning, we are going to talk about your conditions of release. I have reviewed the state's recommendation that you be held on a bond of $15,000. I have also reviewed the interim complaint describing the circumstances surrounding the allegations, and I have reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know whether you have any felony criminal history. It also lets me know whether you were able to provide information and references about your ties to the community. Pretrial services also provides assessments and recommendations. Would the state like to be heard further regarding its recommendation?
No, Your Honor.
And defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. A nominal bond in this case is appropriate. Jesus has a criminal record, as you can see. I am not finding any failure to appears in that criminal record, so despite him having contact with the system, it looks like he has been appearing to all of his court dates and complying with those cases. Similarly, he has a place to live that he's resided for the past 6 years and is employed full-time, and highlighting that this was a non-violent offense. So for those reasons, a nominal bond, maybe $1,000.
Thank you. All right, I am going to order a bond of $7,500. That'll be cash or secure. Pretrial services, if you're able to post the bond. Monitoring your treatment is directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. Your next court is March 3rd. That is at 1:30 in the afternoon. That is for preliminary hearing. If you are released and then fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You're excused for today.
Sure, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Ewan Griffin.
Ms. Griffin, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on charges of disorderly conduct with a weapon, misconduct involving weapons, and facilitation of aggravated assault. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you. You have counsel seated with you for the purposes of today's hearing, where we're going to discuss your conditions of release. I have reviewed the state's recommendation. They're recommending that you be held on a bond of $25,000. I have also reviewed the interim complaint describing the circumstances surrounding the arrest, and I have reviewed information from pretrial services, which lets me know whether or not you have any relevant criminal history, what your connections to the community are, and their assessments and recommendations. Would the state like to be heard further?
Yes, Your Honor. This person was the passenger in this accident, this incident. I would never call it an accident given the circumstance. After the collision, she walked up with the pistol, allegedly, and then cracked the windshield with the pistol, and then handed it to the co-defendant, who then discharged it. So honestly, she introduced the pistol into the equation. The other defendant decided to double down and actually discharge it. And again, this was all whilst their child was in the vehicle. $25,000.
Thank you. And defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is the same incident as Mr. Griffin, and again, just highlighting it's not clear and there's no evidence as to what caused the collision and who was at fault for the reckless driving. Similarly, Ms. Griffin has no criminal history. I'm not seeing any felony or misdemeanor convictions. Her failure to appear is only a 1, and her new criminal activity scale is only a 2. So for those reasons, if the court is inclined to hold her on a bond, that it be, maybe another $10,000 bond request. Thank you.
Thank you. I am going to order a bond of $15,000 cash or secured. If you are able to post bond, you'll be released to pretrial services. You'll be ordered to submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, no contact with the alleged victim. Do not go to their residence or workplace. Your next court date is going to be on May 23rd at 1:30 in the afternoon. That is for a preliminary hearing. If you are released and then fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
Like, make sure to keep records up. They don't want me to stop. Oh, you can stop it.
Please state your name.
Jose Hernandez.
Mr. Hernandez, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here on a few different matters today. Looks like you had a warrant out of Santa Cruz County for trafficking in stolen property, theft of a means of transportation, possession of a narcotic drug, and possession of drug paraphernalia. And then you have a warrant out of Tucson City Court for endangerment, assault, and disorderly conduct, which are all domestic violence offenses. Then you also had a warrant out of Tucson City Court for failure to appear on a shoplifting charge. On all of these matters, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney in the Tucson City Court matters. I will appoint the City of Tucson Public Defender to represent you. Let's see. The warrant out of Santa Cruz County does show a recommended bond amount of $500, and a recent administrative order has directed judges to honor out of county bond requests. So I am going to order $500 cash or secured on the Santa Cruz County warrant. Your next court date here would be on June 13th at 9 a.m. to determine whether you are still being held here in Pima County or if you have been released to Santa Cruz County. If you are still here, the jail will make you available for that review hearing. If you have been released, then you won't need to worry about that hearing. We will just find that you have been released to the other county or on bond. And then on the Tucson City Court charges. Oh, wait, sorry. I think I missed one here. There's also a Pima County Justice Court shoplifting charge. And so for that case, I'm going to order that you're held on a bond of $50 cash or secured. That way you can be seen on that matter tomorrow with Judge Garza at Pima County Justice Court. If you are able to post bond and you are released on that matter, then I would order no alcohol or illegal drugs, no contact with the alleged victim, do not return to the incident location. And I would appoint Amanda Bynum to represent you. And then on the Tucson City Court charges, I will enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf. You are presumed to be innocent on these new charges. And I am also, on this case, going to order a bond, and that will be the amount of $150, cash or secured. If you are able to post your bond and be released, the additional orders will be not to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, to commit no acts of domestic violence, and have no contact with the alleged victim. Do not return to the victim's residence or workplace. If you remain in custody, your next court date will be on May 21st at 1:30 for a video review. If you are able to post bond and be released, then the Tucson City Court will see you. Oh, no, they'll see you on the same day, actually. So either way, it'll be May 21st at 1:30. And if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. The hearings can go forward in your absence. That includes trial. If you are convicted and then fail to appear for sentencing for at least 90 days, you can lose your right to a direct appeal.
Having told me, I was telling her about
Do you understand the consequences of failing to appear for court, sir?
Yeah,
All right, thank you. You're excused for today.
I do. Yep.
Frank Lopez.
Mr. Lopez, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here on charges of aggravated assault with a dangerous weapon, aggravated assault with a deadly instrument, and aggravated assault with serious physical injury. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. I am appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. This morning, we are going to talk about your conditions of release, and you do have counsel with you for that purpose. The state is recommending that you be held on a bond of $1 million. And if you are able to post bond, you'd be released to pretrial services. I have reviewed their recommendations. I have reviewed the interim complaint. I have also reviewed information from pretrial services that lets me know whether you have any felony criminal history. It also lets me know what information you were able to provide about your connections to the community and references. And they also complete assessments and recommendations. Would the state like to be heard further?
Yes, Your Honor. This person assaulted a person coming off the bus, somebody he did not know, and attempted to take her cell phone. Bystanders intervened, trying to defend this victim that he was assaulting for no cause. One of the bystanders apparently had a hatchet in his possession that fell to the ground. The defendant then picked up this hatchet and cracked him in the head. This person was rushed to the emergency room. This person's condition is unknown at present. We don't know if they're even alive. Next, there was another person, the third victim, that tried to assist the victim that got cracked in the head. And for her efforts, the defendant struck this person, giving her with the hatchet in her arm, also sending her to the emergency room. Both were sent to the ER for severe injuries. We don't know their status. We don't know if they are still alive. We don't know if one is dead and the other may lose their arm. This person is an NVCA, yes. This person attacked two three random people, two with a deadly weapon, and the first one for no reason. He had no idea who these people were. He attacked this person. Two people came to their aid, and he cracked him in the head and the arm with a hatchet. We don't know if these people are alive. $1 million.
Thank you. Defense?
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to highlight the point of a bond is not to punish the defendant and is to ensure his appearance at future court dates and also protect the community. Mr. Lopez has only one prior charge from 2000. He has been in Tucson for, I believe, his whole life. He is homeless and unemployed, so $1 million would be essentially a no bond, making him unable to ever post bond. It sounds like there was an altercation. Again, the specifics of what happened with the phone and the fighting is uncertain. It also sounds like this hatchet may not have been Mr. Lopez's hatchet and may have been acting in self-defense. So for those reasons, I believe a bond of $1,000 and something significantly less than $1 million is appropriate in this case. Thank you.
Your Honor, in the alternative, the state could be opting for no bond under the dangerousness statute. However, in lieu of that, we have opted to ask for the $1 million. However, the state would still retain the option for dangerousness holding no bond.
Thank you. At this point in time, I am going to order the bond of $1 million cash or secured. The information that I have so far would suggest that this is an extremely senseless situation or what other conditions might protect the community. However, there may be more information at a future date for a court to consider. If you are able to post that bond, you'll be released to pretrial services. You'll be ordered to submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. Surrender any firearms that are in your possession. No contact with the alleged victims. Do not go to their residence or workplace. Do not return to the incident location. Your next court date is scheduled for May 23rd at 1:30 for a preliminary hearing. If you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You're excused for today.
In contact with the attorney, they might be able to find a motion with that case to face.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Randy Lee Poole.
Poole, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here on charges of possession of a dangerous drug and possession of drug paraphernalia. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the Pima County Public Defender to represent you. You also have counsel seated next to you for the purposes of this morning's hearing, where we're going to discuss your conditions of release. I have reviewed the state's recommendation that you be released to pretrial services, and I am inclined to order that you be released to pretrial services. You may be eligible for a hearing, you may be eligible for a pre-indictment diversion program, which if you were accepted into that program, you would be connected with treatment providers. And if you successfully completed the program, it's possible the state would not go forward with these felony charges. Are you interested in that program, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I will order that your case is set for a hearing on May 20th at 9 a.m. to determine if you are eligible for that program. I believe you only get one chance to show up for that, so it'll be very important that you appear for that hearing. Okay. And then I also need to set a preliminary hearing. Usually that has to happen within 20 days. However, in order to give time for you to be assessed and hopefully accepted into the diversion program, are you willing to waive that requirement out to 45 days?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So I will set your preliminary hearing for June 27th at 1:30 in the afternoon. If you are accepted into the diversion program, there's a very good chance that hearing will not go forward, but make sure you know for sure, because if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Does anyone need to be heard further regarding the conditions of release?
Just to verify, Your Honor, the steps hearing was May 20th, 9 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so you will be released to pretrial services, sir. You're required to submit to any monitoring or treatment directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You're excused for today.
Thank you.
Hello, Your Honor.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Michael Renner.
Mr. Renner, this is the time for your initial appearance. You're here today on charges of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument. You have the right to... Excuse me?
May I say something? This is all wrong.
I would suggest that you wait a second, sir. Let me...
Okay.
And then we'll see if you still have something you want to say. So...
I can't do it.
All right. So... You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you. You have counsel seated with you for the purposes of today's hearing, and today's hearing is just about your conditions of release. So to prepare for that, I have reviewed the interim complaint, which describes the circumstances surrounding the allegations. And I have also reviewed the state's recommendations. They're recommending that I impose a bond of $3,500, and that if you are able to post bond, you be released to pretrial services with whom you need to check in as directed. Also reviewed information provided by pretrial services. They would let me know whether you have any felony criminal history, what your ties to the community are that you were able to provide, and if you were able to provide any references, and what their assessments and recommendations say about you. Okay, so now I'm gonna ask the state if they would like to be heard any further about their recommendations. Mr. Poston?
No, Judge.
Okay, thank you. And then Mr. Renner, would you like a moment to speak with counsel?
Yes, please.
Okay, you guys can mute yourselves and take a moment to speak.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. We're asking for release to pretrial services or a nominal bond in this case. Mr. Renner is 75 years old and has no criminal history. He is a lifelong Tucson resident and has housing here in Tucson. His new criminal activity and failure to appear scale is only at a level 1. And it sounds like there might be some confusion and mix up with what happened in this case. And just reminding that there are allegations at this point. So for those reasons, pretrial services or a nominal bond is appropriate. Thank you.
Sir, I am going to give you a chance on pretrial services. You are required to submit to monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You may not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. You may not possess any firearms or weapons while you're on pretrial release. You may not have any contact with the alleged victim. You cannot go to her residence or workplace. And your next court date is going to be May 23rd. That is at 1:30 in the afternoon. That's for a preliminary hearing. It's possible that court date will change. It's important to stay in touch with your attorney. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You're excused for today.
Thank you.
Yeah. Someone was too strong yesterday.
Please state your name.
Diana Sohasik Saldana.
Ms. Silhasik, this is the time for your initial appearance. You are here this morning on charges of illegally obtaining utility services. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I am appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you. We're going to talk about your conditions of release this morning. I have reviewed the state's recommendation that you be held on a bond of $1,000 and if released to pretrial services. I have also reviewed information provided about you by pretrial services, including whether or not you have any prior criminal history, what your ties to the community, or if you were able to provide any references, and what their assessments and recommendations say. We're going to talk about your conditions of release, as I stated. Would the state like to be heard further?
Your Honor, on further review, the state modifies its recommendation to pretrial services.
Great. So I am inclined to release you to pretrial services, ma'am. You'll be required to submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. Does the defense need to be heard further?
Oh, Your Honor.
All right, so your next court date is going to be May 23rd. That's at 1:30 for a preliminary hearing. If you were to fail to appear for that court date, a warrant could issue for your arrest. It's possible that court date will change, so make sure you stay in touch with your attorney so you know for sure when your court dates are, okay?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Oh,
okay. Never mind.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused. Anything else from anyone this morning?
Your Honor, thank you.
Good to see you again, Ms. Palacios.
Well, you as well.
Mhm.
All right. Cross out just in case. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Can the interpreter hear me?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I apologize for the delay. This is the 11 a.m. initial appearance calendar for May 13th, 2025.
Bien, este es el calendario de comparecencia inicial de las 11 de la mañana para el 13 de mayo del 2025.
The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the first calendar of the month will also apply to these hearings.
Las órdenes judiciales para la toma de huellas dactilares y muestras de ADN que se giraron en el primer calendario de este mes también van a aplicarse a estas audiencias.
All right, Mr. Torres Jaimes, will you please come to the podium?
Se pasa el señor Torres Jaimes al podio, por favor.
Right there, sir.
Acá, señor.
May I please have your full name and your date of birth?
¿Me da, por favor, su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento?
Filiberto Torres Jaimes, mes 8, día 4, 1989.
Filiberto Torres Jaimes, month 8, day 4 of 1989.
Thank you. You have been arrested on the following allegation.
Te lo agradezco. Usted fue detenido por las siguientes pretensiones.
Aggravated driving under the influence of alcohol as a Class 4 felony.
El conducir bajo los efectos de alcohol con agravantes es un delito de clase 4.
There is probable cause for that crime, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you in this case.
Existe motivo fundado de procesamiento para este ilícito y voy a nombrar a un abogado a que le represente en este caso.
Your next court date will be a status conference on May 19th at 8:30 in the morning in the Downtown Superior Court.
Su próxima audiencia judicial va a ser una consulta de actualización el próximo 19 de mayo a las 8:30 de la mañana en el Tribunal Superior en Downtown.
Your preliminary hearing will be May 22nd at 8:30 in the morning in the same court.
Su audiencia preliminar va a ser el día 22 de mayo a las 8:30 de la mañana en el mismo tribunal.
You have a $5,000 secured appearance bond in this case and written release conditions you must comply with.
Va a tener usted una fianza, una caución real de $5,000 para este caso y va a tener también medidas cautelares que va a tener que seguir si usted es liberado.
Those include alcohol testing.
Estas incluyen pruebas de alcohol.
And no contact with the alleged victims in the case.
Y no puede tener ningún contacto con la presunta persona afectada de este caso.
And a very clear order that you may not drive.
Y una orden muy clara que usted no tiene permitido conducir.
You do not currently have the right to do that, and the court also orders you not to as a term of release in this felony case.
Okay.
Actualmente usted no tiene el derecho de conducir y esta juez también está ordenando que no conduzca como parte de su medida cautelar en este caso de delito mayor.
Your complete orders are in writing, and as soon as the officer's ready, she's going to bring them out to you. If you want to go have a seat out there, we'll send out your orders. Thank you.
Las órdenes completas por escrito van a estar listas en un momento. La gente se las va a entregar y puede tomar asiento allá afuera.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and could the interpreter make a general call just in case we have anybody else?
Yes, Your Honor. Si encuentra alguien más en la sala que requiere asistencia de un intérprete, si hay alguien que necesite un intérprete, si pueden levantar la mano.
All right, I don't see any hands. Okay, thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Your Honor. You as well.
One of the FOJs is not, so I'll probably talk to them at once, and then, but I want to do the other one after we clear, so I'll just try to.
All right, we're going to keep going with Mr. Taylor, Christopher Taylor. After that, Nakia Trimble. Will you go wait at the chair just inside the door? You'll be after Mr. Taylor. Right here, sir. Good morning. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Christopher James Taylor, 9/20/88.
Thank you. You're here on a new case. You were arrested for aggravated assault by the impeding of breathing or strangulation in a domestic relationship. That is a Class 4 felony, assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you.
Thank you.
Your next court date is a status conference, May 19th, which is this Monday at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing May 22nd at 8:30 in the same court. Your bond is $25,000. It is secured. That means you can use a bail bondsman. If you post it, you will be on an ankle monitor under the supervision of pretrial services. You may not have any contact with the alleged victim. You may not go to the scene of the alleged crimes. You may not live where the alleged victim lives. You could do a civil standby with law enforcement, and then you must provide proof of your new address to pretrial services within 24 hours. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, or baiting order of protection that's served on you, and absolutely no contact with the alleged victim, whether you're in or out of custody. The officer has your paperwork for you.
Am I being OR'd or no?
You have to post bond, sir. It is $25,000, and then you go out on an ankle monitor. Mr. Trimble, and then Scott Rentz. Will you go to the chair? Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Nakia Trimble, August 11th, 2000.
Thank you. You're here on a new case. You were arrested for aggravated assault by the impeding of breathing or strangulation in a domestic relationship. That is a Class 4 felony. Possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, also a Class 4 felony. And disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for all of those things, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is a status conference this coming Monday, May 19th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court, with a preliminary hearing May 22nd at 8:30 in the same court. Your bond is $25,000. It is secured. If you post it, you will go out on an ankle monitor under the supervision of pretrial services. You may have absolutely no contact with the alleged victim. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crimes. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. And you must obey the terms of any order of protection that is served on you. Your complete orders are in writing, and if the officer is ready, she'll hand those to you. All right, thank you. Mr. Rentz, you can come up. After that, Rafael Rodriguez. Will you please go to the chair? Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth?
Your Honor, Scott Ryan Rentz.
What's your date of birth?
10/14/82.
Thank you. You're here on a probation warrant. You are on probation for aggravated DUI, a Class 4 felony. And, I think I do need to appoint a lawyer for you. Apologies. I need to reprint this one. I am appointing the public defender to represent you on this revocation petition. Your next court date will be in the downtown probation court 1 week from today, which is Tuesday, May 20th at 8:30 in the morning. That is a revocation arraignment and possible disposition hearing. Your bond is $5,000. It is secured. If you bond out, comply with all of your conditions and call your PO within 24 hours because you are on intensive probation. Give us a second to reprint your paperwork.
Ma'am, I have a friend working. I thought my bond was $1,000.
It was until I saw the case and everything involved in it. I strongly believe you will be or should be revoked to prison, and I will not release you for $1,000. You pose a public safety risk. Third petition, second on IPS, and this court believes that $1,000 is not nearly enough to secure the public safety from you, and you were just reinstated April 5th, it looks like. So, sir, I believe you should be held without bond, and I'm trying to respect the probation judge's decision, leaving open the possibility that you may be reinstated. This court believes that you are a danger to the community, and the likelihood of you complying with your intensive probation is very, very low. Balancing those factors, this court arrived at $5,000 as the appropriate bail. So speak to your lawyer about that, and you will see your lawyer in 1 week. We're going to get you that paperwork.
You take that and step out to your left. Mr. Rodriguez, Rafael Rodriguez, and then Henry Gray, we go to the chair. Good morning, sir. Can I have your name and date of birth again, please?
My name is Rafael Cuevas Rodriguez, 9/16/88.
All right, thank you. You're here on an arrest warrant because there's been an older charge filed against you. It is possession or use of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, with an alleged offense date of June 13th, 2024. Looks like this comes out of the Glendale Police Department. But you will receive a copy of the charge and police reports through your lawyer. I am appointing a lawyer for you. You should end up with the same lawyer for any open felony cases that you may have. In this case, you're going to have a status conference this coming Monday, May 19th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Your preliminary hearing will be May 22nd at 8:30 in the same court. And I am affirming the bond that was set. It is $2,500. It is secured. If you bond out, comply with all of your written conditions and don't miss your court dates. The officer should have your paperwork.
Hello, just a quick question. 2,500 with bonding, how much is that?
$2,500 secured.
All right.
Right. And it looks like you've got some immunity court cases. So I'm not sure what other bonds.
I got arrested twice on the same charge. I got released on it because I was in jail.
So you had a new charge? On May 8th, you had a brand new case. This is not a brand new case. This is a charge that dates back to last June that has now been formally filed against you. So talk to your lawyer. This is not what you were arrested for last week. This is from June of 2024. You'll get police reports from your lawyer. All right, there you go. Mr. Gray, Henry Gray. Then Brandon McDermott, we go to the chair.
Gray?
Henry Gray? Oh.
Good morning.
Hi, sir. Just give me 1 second. I had a small computer glitch. Let me get back to the correct screen. Okay. All right. May I have your full name and date of birth, please?
Yes, Henry Gray, April 28, 1988.
All right. Thank you. You're here on a bench warrant for failing to appear in a case in which you've been charged with dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony. You have already had a lawyer appointed. You're going to have a status conference in front of the trial court on May 19th, which is this coming Monday at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. I'm affirming the bond in your case. It is $1,000 secured. If you post it, comply with all of your written release conditions. The officer should have that paperwork for you.
Excuse me. I was taking classes for this.
They have moved to reinstate prosecution against you. You've been booted out of that program for failure to comply. You can talk to your lawyer about how that works when you get there on Monday. You should get your paperwork for you. All right, Mr. McDermott? You have to post bail. It's $1,000 bail.
Like, it's just straight $1,000?
No, you can go through a bail bondsman. You can call them from back in the tank. All right, Mr. McDermott?
With this right here, is it any way that I can, because I think I only had like maybe 2 or 3 classes left. If it did, I thought I completed.
Talk to your lawyer about that. You are being prosecuted again. The prosecution was restarted against you. You're not in that program currently. You were kicked out. So talk to your lawyer about that. Right now, you're being prosecuted again. So, all right, if you take your paperwork, you can step out to your left. Mr. McDermott? I'm going to come up after that. Elliot Beckton, will you go to the chair? Hello, sir. May I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
My name is Brandon Allen McDermott. My birthday is 8/29/60.
Thank you. You're here on a new case. You were arrested for domestic violence assault. It is a Class 1 misdemeanor. There is probable cause for it, and I am not appointing a lawyer for you because it appears you do not financially qualify. You have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense or to represent yourself. Your next court date is going to be an arraignment hearing. 1 second. I'm going to give you your next court date in a moment. According to police, you may have been planning a trip to Idaho. That may be a good thing. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. And that's why I wanted to talk to you about that. I generally go that way this time of year for 6 months.
Well, I'm going to give you permission to be gone for 6 months.
No, I'll come back for my court, obviously. But I'm saying I typically go 6 months there and then come back here.
Right.
So I live in both states.
I gather that. All right, now, I am considering that you don't have any prior criminal history.
No, ma'am.
So I'm going to need to reprint this. So what I'm going to do, and I will tell you, it's good that you don't have any criminal history, because there are some indicators and red flags in what the police are alleging that lead the court to believe you may violate release conditions by having any contact with the alleged victim. But I also acknowledge that you've gotten to the age of 64 without ever being arrested before, which would tend to indicate you can comply with release conditions, and this is a misdemeanor.
100%.
But please don't think that the court doesn't take misdemeanor DV very seriously. Misdemeanor DV, domestic violence, is a very strong indicator for violation of release conditions. And in fact, it's a red flag. I mean, DV cases, people violate release conditions. So don't think that the court doesn't take it seriously. But what I believe is that you are likely to return and face court, and I hope use your brain and not violate release conditions while the case is pending. So I'm willing to let you travel to Idaho as long as you come back by your next court date, which will be May 27th. You can also reach out to the North Valley Justice Court and ask for continuance. That's within your rights, but right now I'm giving you permission to be out of state. I just put Idaho and states in between, assuming that you drive if you go for that length of time.
I do.
All right. Absolutely no contact with the alleged victim. What you can do is a civil standby with law enforcement to get belongings. So if you need whatever vehicle you're taking, your stuff, your medicine, whatever, you have to do a civil standby. You may not go there on your own. Are you very clear on that?
Okay.
I need a yes.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes.
This is not optional. Even if I have to give you a $20,000 bond on a misdemeanor, I'm legally empowered to do that. I want to know that you understand. You will comply. Because
absolutely, and I call the sheriff's department to make that happen.
Because violating my order could be, yes, you do call. Is it the sheriffs who arrested you?
Yes.
Yeah, whoever has jurisdiction at the house, that's who you call. And you say, I need a civil standby. They know exactly what that is.
Okay.
They will send a deputy to go with you and keep the peace while you collect your stuff. I'm told the nicer you are to them, the longer they will give you. The police is what I'm saying.
Okay.
And so keep in mind, and I'm just gonna update your order with the statute. Look up the statute. One act in violation of this order that is booked in as harassment, and that depends on the person who reviews the probable cause. Harassment could be one text that says, I love you. But if a judge finds probable cause for that, it's a felony. And then you move to an aggravated harassment felony charge. So I add in that statute because I want you to Google it, read it. I'm not making it up. If you violate a no victim contact order in a criminal case, it's a felony if it's harassment. So I tell you that because this is a case where I am very concerned that you may violate release conditions. You may not possess any weapons while the case is pending. And I'm no expert on Idaho law, but that very likely makes you prohibited in Idaho. It may not. I don't care. Don't possess any weapons while the case is pending. If they're sitting here in a safe in Arizona, okay. But no weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, no alcohol. You may not have any contact with the alleged victim. You can't respond to any contact from her. Obey any order of protection that has been served on you. Do you understand these orders?
I do.
Will you comply?
Yes.
All right, then you are released. Everything's on your paperwork, and just take that with you. Did everything update? I'm not sure if I...
Oh, no, I heard.
Yeah, sorry. I'm not sure that had the ag harassment statute. Sorry. We need to get that finished printed. You should see at the bottom, we'll make sure that it says you can travel to Idaho and states in between so long as you return by May 27. And like I said, you can reach out to the North Valley Justice Court if you want to ask for a continuance. All right, we have to send that out to you, so if you go that way. All right, thanks. Mr. Beckton, Elliot Beckton. And then Justin McMurray, you go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
I'm Elliot Lee Benton.
What's your date of birth?
Oh, 5/1986.
All right, thank you. You're here on 2 bench warrants for failing to appear in a pending case and in your probation case. You've been charged in the pending case of narcotic drug possession, a Class 4 felony. Looks like you're on probation for dangerous drug possession. Not yet, a Class 4 felony. You've already had a lawyer appointed. You failed to appear at a hearing on March 14th, so 2 months ago. That was a non-witness violation hearing in the probation case and a status conference in the other case. So there was a warrant issued for your arrest in each case. You already have a lawyer. Your next court date is going to be the same for both cases. It is May 19th at 8:30 in the morning. That's a status conference. Then you also have a preliminary hearing scheduled for the pending case for May 22, also at 8:30 in the morning, and that will be on your paperwork. What did you want to say?
Oh, no, I thought you said I had 4 cases. This is 2 cases, right?
2 cases.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
2 cases, right. All right, so everything is on your paperwork, and I'm just affirming the bond set by the judge who issued the warrants. That's $1,000 secured per case with $2,000 total. If you bond out, comply with all of your conditions, and call your lawyer within 72 hours. Sorry, call your probation officer within 72 hours.
And
everything's on your paperwork.
They're both secured?
Correct, yes.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
can use a bail bondsman.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. McMurdy? You're good, sir.
Security, I can't use the bond.
You can. Yes, you can. Secured means you can. Yes. Where's Mr. Murdy? He's got like a black hoodie on, kind of youngish, 35 or so, 30. Yeah, that looks like him. And Richard Robbins, we go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Justin Murdy, 12/23/93.
Thank you. Here on a warrant in 2 different cases. It looks like in your case, you have a pending case, possession of dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony, and criminal trespass, a class 3 misdemeanor. You're also in probation violation proceedings. You're on probation for a felony, and warrants were issued after you failed to appear in both cases. So I'm going to reschedule your pending case for May 19th at 8:30 in the morning. That's this Monday. It's a status conference. This is the one where you've not yet been convicted. You also have a preliminary hearing scheduled for May 22nd at 8:30. Then in the probation case, you must go to probation court on May 20th at 8:30 for a non-witness violation hearing and possible disposition hearing. All right, your bond is $750 secured per case. That is $1,500 total. If you bond out, comply with all of your conditions and call your PO within 72 hours. She's got your paperwork for you. Thank you. So Robbins, and then Gerald Lejos, will you go to the chair, please? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
12/17/63.
And sir, can you get your hat off? Thank you. You're here in a new case. You were arrested for shoplifting, a class 4 felony, 2 allegations of narcotic drug possession, class 4 felonies, and drug paraphernalia possession, a class 6 felony. There is probable cause for those, and I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date is a status conference, May 27th at 8:30 in the morning, with a preliminary hearing May 29th. That's 2 weeks from now. Mr. Robbins, how are you going to get to court in 2 weeks?
How do I get to court?
Yep, how are you going to get to court if I release you?
I'll come to court.
Say it again?
I'll get here. I have my girlfriend bring me.
All right. I'm going to give you a try on pretrial services, Mr. Robbins. You got about 6 priors. I'm not confident you're going to be successful, but on this type of charge, I'm willing to give you a try. You cannot go back to that Marshalls, Mr. Robbins. You understand? No contact with their employees, no weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. And Mr. Robbins, if you want to have a chance of not going to prison for this, you need to come to court, okay?
Definitely.
All right. Everything's on your paperwork. Just take that step out, too. Mr. Lejos? And then Starla Tavelli, will you go to the chair? Hello, sir. Can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Gerald Brian Lejos, 1/14/97.
Thank you. You're here on a new case. You got arrested for 3 things. The court found probable cause for purposes of this hearing only for 2 of them. Drug paraphernalia possession, a class 6 felony, and false reporting to law enforcement, a class 1 misdemeanor. The court did not, for purposes of this hearing only, find probable cause on the narcotic drug allegation because I did not receive any information that the police field tested the alleged drugs that you had. So that charge remains pending against you, but I'm not setting release conditions for it. You can speak to your lawyer more about how that works. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your next court date will be a status conference May 27th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Preliminary hearing May 29th at 8:30 in the morning. I am going to release you on your own recognizance, not because I don't believe you lied about your name, try to avoid misdemeanor warrants, but because I think you'd be incredibly stupid not to show up for court in a case in which the worst you could probably get is probation. Okay, I'll let you prove it one way or another. It's a drug charge. I don't believe you're coming, but I could be wrong, and you don't have any felony priors. So if I'm right and you don't come, that's okay. I think we'll see you again real soon on the warrant, because people who are addicted to drugs like this, they don't avoid the police for very long. And then we just get you on the warrant and we hold you. That being said, you may well qualify for a diversion program. If you would like to get some free drug treatment and get off drugs, okay, great. If you don't, like I said, I think we'll see you back again, and then we'll just hold you on the bond. Don't go to the scene of the alleged crimes. That's where you were arrested yesterday. Everything else is on your paperwork. You can take that and step out to your left.
Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
If I have like a warrant in another city, if I get released from here, am I getting released from here? Or are they transporting me to?
They're going to take you to the other cities.
And then I'm going to have to deal with those courts. Okay.
Yep, and guess how sorry I am about that, given that the police said that you lied, you absolutely knew you had city warrants, and so that's what happens. You don't go to court, you lie about your name, you end up bouncing between jails. So talk to the DOs about who wants you next.
Okay.
Ms. Tavelli?
Thank you.
Good luck, sir. And then Molly Steinke, will you go to the chair? Hello, ma'am, can I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Starla K. Tavelli Smith, 10/14/1980.
Okay, thanks. You're hearing a warrant from the Santan Justice Court. It is a failure to comply warrant in a disorderly conduct case. You've already been convicted. It issued April 22nd of this year. I'm going to give you a court date of May 27th at 9 in the morning in the Santan Justice Court. And this is post-conviction failure to comply. When I looked at the court records, the last time we released you on one of these, it looks like you did go to court.
Yes, I did.
So I'm releasing you again, because you don't need an appearance bond if you are showing up for their court dates. So if they want to put you in jail for not complying, they can do that, but I don't have a reason to set an appearance bond when you do go to court.
Yes, I do.
So go again, and then, I mean, not everybody down here does that. I do, though. If it's a misdemeanor and you are showing up,
yes, I do.
I'm not going to hold you.
Okay.
But in any event, go talk to the justice of the peace about what they want.
Yeah, I thought the whole case was closed. I did my anger management classes. They turned in my certificate. Maybe my counselor from CBI didn't turn in my certificate, right?
Indeed. I don't know. And so as long as you go to court, we don't have any reason to give you an appearance bond. Okay? All right. Good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Steinke? Hello, ma'am. Can I have your full name and your date of birth?
Molly Steinke, July 4th, 1982.
All right, thank you. You're here on a new case. You were arrested for assault, a Class 1 domestic violence misdemeanor. There is probable cause for it. I am not appointing a lawyer for you, though, because you don't financially qualify. Your arraignment hearing is going to be May 27th at 8:30 in the morning. That's about 2 weeks from now, and the Justice Court address will be on your paperwork. Now, in your case, I'm going to issue a baby splitting order that I do only in certain instances. It's when I think somebody probably can comply with conditions, and I want to leave it up to the alleged victim. I did note that the police said the alleged victim did not wish to aid in prosecution. Just so you know, it is not up to him. It's about to be up to the Maricopa County Attorney's Office. They can go forward without his consent or cooperation. So I want you to keep that in mind, because you remain subject to the same types of things I talked to the Idaho guy about. If you violate this order in a way that it is harassment, one act of harassment could be booked as felony harassment. I put the statute on your paperwork. Be sure to look it up. Actually, I forgot. Just Google aggravated harassment under Arizona law. Violating a no victim contact order in a criminal case is that. That being said, I'm not expressly prohibiting you from having contact with him. I'm prohibiting you from having uninvited contact with him. And he can revoke that consent, meaning if everything's fine and 3 days from now it goes bad, he can tell you to leave the house. You have to do it, or you're subject to arrest for violating my order. I am concerned, reading the case facts, that you may behave retaliatorily toward the complainant, who is apparently your son. I'm not currently prohibiting you from having contact with him. I could do that. How old is he?
He's 16.
All right, I want you to be very aware, ma'am, that the best thing that will happen if it is pictured that you are retaliating against him is you're forced to move. I don't like the idea, personally, having been in the criminal justice system over 2 decades, of the idea that a parent is going to go and get in any way angry with their child for calling the police on them.
Never.
You know why? Because that is unequivocally traumatic for the child to watch something go on between their parents and feel so strongly they needed to protect one of their parents that they had to call the police. I don't know what sort of person you are. I don't know what sort of parent you are. I believe you may have an alcohol problem, so I prohibit you from drinking. No weapons, no drugs on a valid prescription. But they did not book you for disorderly conduct. If they had, then your son would be an alleged victim. They booked you for, and I believe there's probable cause to think that you grossly disturbed your son's peace to the point where he panicked and called the police. So all of this, I've been around a long time, all of this means it's very shaky to let you have any contact with them. That being said, you do not appear to have any criminal history. That is my recollection, that you've literally never been arrested before. So it is my hope, for your son's sake, that DCS is there and interviewing the family, because these things do not come out of nowhere in my very long experience. This is not a complete aberration. Things have been going on at your house. Whether you're guilty of this or not, I don't know. You're presumed innocent. But kids don't up and call the police over this stuff when it's the first time. In my experience, they do not. That is part of what makes me think you have an alcohol problem. I can't order alcohol testing on a misdemeanor. All I can do is either release you or give you a bond. I don't know that a bond is going to add anything in your situation, but I want you to understand that retaliating against your child, taking action against your child will, besides the undoubtedly long lifetime consequences to your relationship with that child, it could have very serious legal consequences. So don't do it. Like I said, DCS may or may not be involved. If they're not, you don't want to cause them to become involved. If they are, you want to be able to show that you're very compliant with your release conditions and that your first thought with respect to that child is to always protect him first, not your own interests in a misdemeanor court case. So, do you understand my orders?
Absolutely.
Will you comply?
Absolutely.
All right, then everything's on your paperwork. You are released. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, then I'm going to talk to Mr. Brian Davis and Mr. Samuel Rascon. I'm going to give you some upfront information at the same time, and then we're going to do a little bit of musical chairs. So where is Davis and Rascon, please? Brian Davis and Samuel Rascon. There's Mr. Rascon. Where's Davis? Here he comes. All right. All right, just 1 second, gentlemen. Come on in. Yep, both. Yep. All right. Did you guys get cards before court? Did you get? Okay, good. All right, so this is just preliminary because you're both here on an out-of-state warrant, and I just want to give you some basic information, then I'm going to do your cases separately. You're both here on warrants just coincidentally, honestly, I think, from the state of New Mexico. And so out-of-state warrants work differently than in-state warrants. What you have is extradition rights. You have the right to have an extradition hearing in Arizona within 90 days after today. You have the right, as part of that extradition process, to insist that a governor's warrant be signed by each of the governors. That means Arizona and New Mexico governors have to sign a governor's warrant before you could be hauled back to New Mexico to be prosecuted. Number 3, you have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense to represent you in the extradition case. We don't give you an automatic court-appointed lawyer if you can't afford one in Arizona, because this is not the criminal case. This is a civil extradition case. So what you have is the right to hire a lawyer to represent you. You can also represent yourself in the extradition proceedings. Fourthly, if you do not agree to go back, I'm going to talk about agreeing to go back in a second. If you don't agree to go back, if you want to stay here and keep your extradition rights, then I'm going to set bail for each of you. Even though New Mexico ordered no bond warrants for both of you, these appear to be failure to appear warrants, and the law is different in Arizona. I believe you are, in Arizona, entitled to bail if you don't agree to go back, And that is, in your case, Mr. Davis, that would be $25,000 secured. In your case, Mr. Rascon, it would be $100,000 cash only, if you don't agree. Now, you can bypass.
Who has that?
All right, you can bypass the entire extradition process and just agree to go back to New Mexico. We call that waiving extradition, because you're waiving the 4 rights I just went over. Extradition within 90 days, the right to hire a lawyer, the right to get a governor's warrant, and the right to bail. You give up all 4 of those rights. That's called a waiver of extradition. This is an opportunity to waive. It's not even your only one. We just give people an opportunity at this first hearing because some people want to waive as quickly as they can, because it can start a clock running against the other states.
I don't want to go to New Mexico.
All right, then Mr. Davis, you can just stay right where you are. I'll do your case next and you can keep your rights. Mr. Rascon, if you want to start the clock running against New Mexico, you can give up your right to an extradition hearing, and that will start a 30 calendar day clock. It starts the day after you waive. If you don't have any other local cases, I don't see any local cases for you. That means Arizona. I don't see any, but if something pops up, then New Mexico's 30 days would start at the conclusion of any Arizona cases. Otherwise, it would start tomorrow and run for 30 calendar days. If they don't come and get you, you get released, but the warrant does stay active in the national system, and you could be rearrested on the very same warrant, because getting arrested in a different state does not quash the warrant from New Mexico. So, go ahead and have a seat, Mr. Rascon. I'm going to deal with Mr. Davis right here, and we'll take your case after that. All right, Mr. Davis, may I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Brian Christopher Davis, 6/28/82.
All right, thanks. You're here on 2 things. One is an Arizona case, and one is that New Mexico warrant I just mentioned. I'm going to start with your Arizona case. You were booked in on 1 allegation of criminal damage in an amount over $2,000. That's a Class 5 felony. There is probable cause for it, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you in the Arizona criminal case.
What happened this morning? For what happened this morning?
Correct. I am appointing a lawyer for you. Your status conference will be May 19th. That's Monday the 19th at 8:30 in the morning in the downtown Superior Court. Preliminary hearing May 22nd at 8:30 in the morning. Your bond in this Arizona case is $2,500. It is secured. If you post it, you may not go to the scene of the alleged crimes. No contact with the alleged victim or victims. No weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. In the New Mexico case, you have apparently been charged with multiple things: battery on a healthcare worker, assault on a peace officer, criminal damage to property, battery on a police officer, and obstructing an officer. This comes out of McKinley County, New Mexico. All right, and just for the purpose of anybody listening to this recording, I did go over the basic extradition rights about 5 minutes ago. Mr. Davis indicated he wanted to keep his rights. Is that correct, Mr. Davis?
Yeah, they take me back to New Mexico, and those are bogus charges.
I'll note that you do not waive your rights. Your next court date is in Arizona's, our county's extradition court, June 2nd at 1:30 in the afternoon. Your bond in the New Mexico case is $25,000. It is secured. Even if you post it, you may not leave the state. You must come to all of your Arizona court hearings. You cannot just leave the state, even if it's to go to New Mexico. So if you bond out in our extradition case, do not leave the state. Go to your court date. You can ask the extradition judge for permission to travel. All right, we need to get that one printed up for you. If you please go have a seat out there, we'll send out your paperwork.
So I'm stuck here till June 2nd.
That's at a minimum. They have 90 days to give you the extradition hearing. That is not your extradition hearing. It is just your first court hearing in extradition.
The only reason I didn't go to their stupid court is because I'm homeless, and how am I supposed to go to New Mexico when I'm homeless? I can't get a ride there.
Okay,
I can't.
So Mr. Davis, I understand that you...
Any of that stuff.
Go ahead and step out to your left. We're going to send out your paperwork. Mr. Schuler? Where's George? Oh, no, he's the house call. Let me do the house call, and then we can clear, okay? Or you can clear anytime. All right, George Allen Schuler, born 9/5/88. I'm showing that he was isolated because he wouldn't stop disrobing. Yeah, so Officer Mr. Schuler, did he still seem not in a condition to come to court?
Correct, this is our behavior?
Still, or did you see him before court?
No.
All right, you want to radio her and ask her to check on him, because he's one that could go either way. If I can see him, that would be useful. All right, once that guy's out, though, I'll go ahead with arrest warrant. Actually, I'll do Cartagena first. All right, David Cartagena, are you back there? Okay, go ahead and come in. Do we need the other DO? Or is this just a ceiling?
It's just a ceiling.
Well, I'm sorry, did you sit there the whole time for that?
It's okay.
I'm sorry. It's been a busy morning. Okay, then let me do this. Yeah, are you okay for?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right, sir, give me your full name and date of birth.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Cartagena, June 29, 1991.
29th?
29.
Okay, we have that wrong. June 29. Okay. We had 23rd. All right, and then go ahead from the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Gone, on behalf of the state.
Okay, thanks. And counsel, before I go ahead with the hearing, did you want to make a motion?
Yes, Your Honor. The state's asking to seal the Form 4 and replace it with the redacted Form 4 that was provided to the court. The original Form 4 contained the minor victim's name.
Okay, thanks. So, Mr. Cartagena, just so you know, the police are not supposed to put juveniles' identifying information into the court paperwork that goes onto the public website, and they did that. They do it a lot. They did that in your case. So when that happens and the state catches it, then what they do is they move to seal the original one that contains the juvenile's information. And in this case, I'm glad to say they've provided a replacement one, a redacted one that can immediately go into the court record. So it is ordered sealing the original Form 4 that the police submitted and substituting that in our record with the redacted version that was provided by the state. All right, and then if you wanted to sneak out, if that's okay with the officer, did you want to go?
Oh, I'll just stay
here. You may just sit here the whole time. Okay, sorry. All right, so sir, you got arrested for one allegation of child abuse as a Class 4 felony. That means not involving risk of serious physical injury or death, but intentional, and that is a Class 4 felony. There is probable cause for that, and I am appointing a lawyer to represent you. Your status conference, I'm currently contemplating for May 27th at 8:30 in the morning with a preliminary hearing May 29th at 8:30. Before I proceed, though, counsel, did you want to be heard on this case?
Yes, Your Honor, I did submit a written recommendation to the court. The state is aware that it doesn't appear that Mr. Cartagena has any real serious criminal history, although I do believe he is on misdemeanor probation, currently out of the state of California. These allegations are concerning to the state. He allegedly left his 4-year-old special needs child alone at a park for somewhere between, it sounds like between 15 minutes or an hour. When he did return, it did appear that he did not have his other younger son appropriately restrained in the vehicle. The state is concerned about the safety of both of those minor children. And so we are asking for a $5,000 secured appearance bond, given the severe nature of the case.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cartagena, I've considered what's been alleged against you and your criminal history. I am concerned about you having a controlled substance conviction out of California a year ago. It looks like you did 4 days jail. So that was some kind of drug charge.
It was, Your Honor, but I'm on probation. It ends next month. I'm drug free. I could. Okay.
This is what I'm going to do, Mr. Cartagena.
Your Honor, I beg you, please.
I'm going to release you. I'm going to release you on an ankle monitor. I'm concerned about your overall situation. But what I've read is this could be more a case of just incredibly poor judgment than being under the influence.
I got 4 kids, Your Honor.
I understand. So I'm not going to order the state, as they normally do. In a child abuse case, they normally order no contact with children. I understand that in your family situation, that may give your spouse a severe problem, suddenly having to...
She works, I take care of that.
Yeah, I know. And so all I'm ordering is I don't want you to have contact with the alleged victim that's unsupervised by another adult. You got family in town?
Yes, I do. My sister and my wife and my sister.
I'm concerned about the autistic child. That's who the victim is in this case. I'm not unconcerned about your other kid.
Ma'am, I love my son. So I have 4 kids. I have a 17-year-old, a 13-year-old, a 7-year-old, and a 2-year-old.
Okay.
I've always been a part of their life. I wouldn't do nothing to hurt my kids.
Okay, so.
I beg you, and I don't got $5,000 just to keep
I'm
up
not
that.
making you post 5, sir. I'm not, okay? I'm gonna give you an ankle monitor, and I'm gonna release you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, what I want you to do is just make sure that somebody is there with you when you're with the autistic kid.
Yes, Your Honor.
He's the one who, we left at the park.
I left for fight, you
don't have to say anything because it could be used against you.
Yes, Your
But
Honor.
I will say that there is likely probable cause in 2025, for this charge, even if it's not a special needs child. But when it's a special needs child, of course, the court is very concerned about his safety. My guess, I don't know, my guess is involved in checking out the overall situation, even if they're not.
There's no problem with that. They might get involved. That's okay.
Okay. All right.
There's no problem at home.
So I am releasing you. I just want you to respect your release conditions.
Yes.
Don't miss your court dates.
I won't. I went to my California cases.
Okay.
I haven't been in trouble. I will be here. I don't want this trouble on me.
And so,
besides, I already have it, but I don't want it extended.
I understand, and I know there is probable cause for this crime, but I also understand that even if you did exactly what they accuse you of, it does not automatically make you a terrible father. It does not. And so I'm trying to consider that. I also would like to see that your 4-year-old is safely cared for. So I just want you to have another adult around while you are caring for that child, or if you can leave that child with the other adult while you take care of the others, because that is the child who is the alleged victim in this case.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, sir. It's going to delay your release a little to get the ankle monitor, but you should be out later this afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Don't miss your court date.
My court date was...
It's the 27th and the 29th, and it's all on your paperwork.
Thank you.
All right,
thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You too. All right. Yeah, you just sneak out? Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Give me a picture.
Okay, sir, are you the only person out there? Okay, go ahead and come in. All right, may I have your full name and your date of birth, please?
Samuel Aragones Rascon, August 4th, 2003.
Okay, thanks. You're here on, as I noted about 10 minutes ago, are you here on a warrant from the state of New Mexico? Yours comes from... Oh, no, Florida. I said New Mexico. You're probably thinking I was crazy.
Yeah, I was like...
It's Florida.
Okay.
I don't know why. Okay, well, that's how my brain works. It is very definitely Florida, Okaloosa County, Florida. And this warrant issued May 8th of 2025. It looks like you have been accused of using a minor in the production of obscene material and transmitting information harmful to minors. And this warrant issued September 9th of 2022. All right. And so if you don't waive extradition, and I'll just note for the record, I did go over the basic extradition rights about 10 minutes ago on this recording. Your next hearing would be in the downtown extradition court, June 2nd at 1:30 in the afternoon. That is not the extradition hearing. It's just your first court hearing in the extradition case because they get 90 days. Is it time? Time? Okay.
I'm sorry.
All righty. Well, I managed to screw that up. Do you know if you want to waive your rights or keep them?
I was trying to see if I could get like clarification on
All right,
it.
we're gonna have to bring you back. There's a fire drill scheduled. I apologize. I completely forgot. So I have to go. I'm sorry. So sorry. What about what's the last guy?
Call us?
Yeah, we got to take a recess and then we'll do. We'll finish up with Mr. Rascon and maybe Mr. Schuler.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, who else am I supposed to call if they're not picking up back there? Public, what is? People to come pick it up? Court text, you said? Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Bye. Hey, sorry, Court, can you guys radio, the court staff back there? I'm trying to call them. We're ready to resume court. They're not answering. IE Court? Peters? Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
They don't want to come back.
Right.
And they're trying to guy, it's the all-night, calendar and stuff. I see a lot of them when I'm looking, they're going to the 11 p.m., right? They got moved up from the 12th at 5 a.m. to the 11th at 11 p.m. They accelerated them. Yeah. Who works at that now? Yeah. No, I'm saying like, sorry, who are the, you can tell the staff? I don't know, when I move, I don't know, and they just put Commissioner. I'm at least gonna mention it to Campbell to let me know. If that's a one-off, I don't care, but I don't, if he's normally doing that, I don't think that's I don't know why he's doing it. No, yeah, when I look, no, that's happening. No, like if I look a week before, he did a ton of them. So I'm gonna let that go. And I don't know, it could go quickly. Yeah, and it's hard to say that that's not what was going on, and although, no, he did it again on,
Of course, somebody. She has the other guy waiting outside.
Sorry?
She has the ISO waiting outside.
Okay, perfect, thank you so much. All right.
We're going to go back on the record with Mr. Rascon. Let me get back to the correct calendar. All right. Sorry for the delay. Did you have questions for me about the extradition process?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's an extradition. What is it?
So extradition means, because New Mexico is a different jurisdiction, and so their warrants
New Mexico? Or
New Mexico. The state of New Mexico is, sorry, I flashed Florida.
Oh, okay.
Florida.
Sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
I don't know why I had it fixed in my head that both of you guys are New Mexico. Florida is a different jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm.
So in order for their warrant to be found valid in Arizona, meaning to let them take you out of our jurisdiction and take you over to theirs. Now, yes, we're all the United States, but on state law, they don't have any jurisdiction here. But what they have is a warrant. And so they have to show Arizona that that is a valid warrant, and they have the right to take you back.
Oh.
They get up to 90 days to prove that in Arizona before we will let them have you. That's extradition. They can extradite you to Florida. Countries can do that too. You could be extradited to Switzerland if you had committed a crime in Switzerland and they wanted you. But it's the same thing for states. They can't just come and grab you in Arizona because they have no jurisdiction here, the state of Florida. But because of the way federal law works, they have the right to present their warrant in Arizona and demand that we hold you and give you to them. And so that's what the extradition process is. So you're not fighting any charges here. You fight the charges in Florida. Here, you could fight extradition. You could just say, I don't want to agree to go back. Prove it. Prove Florida. Come and prove in Arizona that you have the right to take me out of another state. And that's when they get 90 days. They have to get the governor's warrant signed by both governors to say to Arizona, we have the right to take him whether he likes it or not. But you can sidestep the 90-day process. So they have up to 90 days to prove that. If they don't, you get released. But the Florida warrant will never disappear from the national system unless Florida quashes it out of the national system. Getting arrested in other states doesn't change it. That warrant is going to be alive in the national system until Florida quashes it. I can't quash a Florida warrant. So you got arrested on it. So if they don't come and get you, or if they don't prove extradition within 90 days, you are entitled to be released. You could be arrested on that Florida warrant the next day because it's still alive in the system and they still say they want you. So many people just agree to go back. They don't try to, fight extradition, and they just agree to go back. That'll start a 30-day clock. If you agree, you waive your extradition rights, you give them up. You will not have an extradition hearing. If you give up your rights, you won't get a governor's warrant. You could hire a lawyer, but there's no more extradition case, so what would be the point? And you would not get bail. You'd be held not bondable, no bond, for 30 days, because Florida gets 30 days to come and get you if you agree to go back. And we don't let people out to run around. The federal law says we hold you as soon as you agree to go back. You get held for 30 days for them to come and get you. If they don't come and get you, you get released. But the warrant stays active in the national system And you could be rearrested on that very same warrant, no kidding, the next day.
Okay.
And so all that can happen today is you can tell me that you want to keep your rights, in which case you're on the 90-day plan. I'm going to give you a court date in extradition court. It's June 2nd. I'm going to set bail, $100,000 cash only, and the state is going to have to start working on those governor's warrants because they're on a 90-day clock. You can tell me you want to give up your rights. I have to ask you some formal questions to make sure you understand your rights. And then if you want to give them up, then I'm going to not give you any more hearings because you agreed to go back. You don't need any hearings. You agreed to go. They will not get a governor's warrant, and I will not give you bail. I cannot, by law. We have to hold you for 30 days if you agree to go back. So it's entirely up to you because this is your right to have that hearing within 90 days. You do not have to give up your rights. You can just keep them, and then you're on the 90-day plan. If you change your mind and you want to give up your rights on June 2nd to start that 30-day clock, you could do that on June 2nd. You can waive any time you're in front of a judge. So this is just your first opportunity. It's not your only one. So if you want to talk to a lawyer, want to talk to family, if you want to think about it.
Yes, for sure.
Okay. All right. Then I'm going to note that you're going to keep all of your rights. Your next court date is June 2nd at 1:30 in the afternoon. Your bond is $100,000 cash only, and also ordering no contact with any alleged victims in the case. So everything is going to be on your paperwork. Give us a second to print that up, and we will send it out to you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
you.
All right. And then Mr. Schuler can come in whenever.
Yes.
Did you sign already, though?
I did, yeah. No, I'm looking at the wrong guy. I did not. All right, right here, sir? At the podium? Okay, thanks. All right, sir, can you tell me your full name, please?
George Allen Schuler,
And what's your date of birth?
September 5th, 1988.
Okay, thanks. And Mr. Schuler, because you weren't here at the start of the hearing, I do need to advise you of two important rights that you have. One is the right to remain silent in a criminal case. The other is the right to the assistance of a lawyer if you can't afford one. And I don't know too much about you because you got isolated pretty quickly last night. Are you living in town? Do you have a job? I'm trying to figure out if you can afford a lawyer.
No, I'm going to need a public defender.
Where are you living?
In Levine.
Okay. How long have you been in Levine?
Since 2023.
Oh, okay. Do you have a job?
Well, I had one. Probably not after today.
You think no? You think you've lost your job? All right. Do you own a house?
No.
All right. Do you have any assets, bank accounts, stocks, bonds?
I had a car. I don't know where that's at. It's probably, I know it's told. I don't
Any
know.
other assets worth more than $5,000? All right. I'm going to appoint a lawyer for you. I was trying to figure out if you're from out of state, and it looks like you're not. Well, not currently. Let me just look at one thing.
I'm not from here. I don't have any family here.
All right. So what I'm seeing is you got the. Hang on, because I get people confused. Yeah, that's old stuff from Maryland. This was it. It is that you had a DUI pled down to reckless driving in April. All right, this is what I'm going to do in your case, Mr. Schuler, is I'm going to release you with alcohol testing and a strict prohibition on driving. Let's see, and one second. I need to edit this. But I'm not going to make you post a bond today. I am concerned about public safety, and I'm very concerned. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to order, you don't apparently currently have the legal right to drive. That's why this is charged as a felony, not a misdemeanor, because they allege that you lost the right to drive, presumably connected to that reckless driving conviction. And so, right, so I'm making it also very clear in this court order, you're not to drive. People who repetitively commit this type of offense absolutely do kill other people. People who can walk and talk with a 0.28 blood alcohol, there's strong indication of an alcohol problem. So I'm going to make you alcohol test for us. I prohibit you from driving, whether you have a current license or not. You have to come to court. That's going to be May 27th at 8:30 in the morning, which is 2 weeks from now. May 29th at 8:30 for your preliminary hearing. Those will all be in downtown Phoenix, and the address is going to be on your paperwork. And just so you know, Mr. Schuler, Arizona has some of the harshest DUI laws in the nation. You already face on this charge, if you're convicted, which you're a long way from being convicted, but if you are convicted, it's 120 days in the state penitentiary followed by probation. You can't get probation until you've done 4 months in an orange jumpsuit at the state prison complex. So it is very harsh, and I tell people that because I want them to take it seriously, to respect their release conditions, and not pick up any new charges while the case is pending. If you commit this type of offense while this case is pending, you're going to end up with a sizable bond. Well, you could end up held no bond, depending on the circumstances, and you could be facing years in prison, and without ever actually having hurt anyone. So look up the statute. Just Google it when you get home. Google the statute that is on your paperwork. Look up the penalties, and talk to your lawyer. I did give you a lawyer. You'll see that person in 2 weeks. Do you understand these conditions?
Yes.
All right. Will you comply?
Yes.
All right, then I'm releasing you. We just need to get that reprinted, and we're going to send that out with you. There's an envelope you'll get with the instructions, about how to call. They'll set you up with the alcohol testing after you get out, okay? All right.
I got to do that, the testing today?
No, I don't, just call them when you get out, and I can't remember, it says on the paperwork how long you get to call them, but they will tell you when to test, and so just, if you can call them by the end of the day, you may not well be home by the end of the day if you got to get to Levine, and we're kind of in the middle of nowhere. So, what's today? Tuesday? I'm sure if you call them tomorrow, it's fine. All right, good luck, sir. Okay, then we don't have any house calls. All righty, we're going to stand in recess then until 2 o'clock this afternoon.
please. We have enough food. Yes. We did all the searches and. Where are you guys, when the judge walks in, you take off your hat, put down your hoodie. They call the first person up, they're going to go over there behind the podium. The second person is going to sit in this chair. When you're done, sit in that back row, ladies, you go back to the same area. I will take you out or someone will put you out with you. To get released, it takes anywhere from 3 to 6 hours. It usually runs 4, but anywhere from 3 to 6 hours to get released, okay? Do not call your right till you sign on the black table. That's when you call your right, okay? Now, if you're staying, it takes anywhere from 6 to 10 hours, depending on how stacked it is in there. That means they've got to medically clear you and order all your medication. They've got to classify you to minimum, medium, and maximum. And they've got to dress you out into orange. All that has to happen before we send you to a facility. Once all of that happens, then they try to put you on the list to send you out to a facility. There's bomb numbers in there, there's phones. Everything they need is in there. They feed at 5:30 in the afternoon and 5:30 in the morning. Okay? That's the only time they feed. Any questions? All right. What's up with that? Stand up.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Please be seated. It looks so different in there. All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Commissioner Hughes. This is the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar for Tuesday, May 3rd. The court's orders for the taking of DNA samples and fingerprints issued on the first calendar of May will apply to the hearings on this calendar. As we get started on the calendar here this afternoon, I will call each of you into the courtroom one at a time. I'll ask one of you to stand behind this gray podium here in front of me in the courtroom. I'll ask the next 2 people I intend to call into the courtroom to line up in the 2 chairs right inside this door facing all of you. If you will, please listen for your name and follow your way through the chairs into the courtroom. I promise you it will make this calendar move much faster. Everybody can then get to where they need to be after this calendar a little bit sooner. So please listen for your name, move through the chairs if you would, please. Once you work your way into the courtroom and you're behind the podium, the first thing that I will do is ask you to state your full name and date of birth. After that, I will explain to you why you're here this afternoon. I will tell you whether you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer. You're calling right now? Okay. I'll tell you whether you qualify for a court-appointed lawyer. Those lawyers are sometimes called public defenders. You all should know that in a criminal case, you have the right to the assistance of counsel. Whether or not you qualify for a public defender, you retain the right to hire a private lawyer to defend you if you wish to. What that means is if you don't qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, you will have to hire a lawyer to defend you. If you do qualify for a court-appointed lawyer, you will be defended by the public defender's office, but you still have the right to hire private counsel instead of the public defender if you want to. After we talk about whether you're entitled to a court-appointed lawyer, I will give you all the next court hearing dates and times you'll be required to attend after this court hearing. The last thing that we'll do while you're in the courtroom is talk about whether you are legally eligible for release from custody. If you are, we will go over on what terms and conditions you can be released. In addition to that right to the assistance of counsel, you all also have the right to remain silent. Anything that you do choose to say in the courtroom this afternoon can be used against you. Unless you have made arrangements with a private lawyer, there will not be a lawyer in the courtroom this afternoon for purposes of your defense. Because you will likely not have a lawyer in here this afternoon, and because anything that you do say in here could be used against you, I will strongly caution all of you against making any statements regarding the facts about why you're here. I encourage you all to save any questions, comments, statements you might have about the facts of your case for a hearing where you have legal counsel present to discuss that with before you make any statements that you can't take back. Last thing I'll tell you all before we get started is that all of the information that you get while you're in the courtroom will be contained in a written document called a release order. You're going to get a copy of that document when you're done in the courtroom and you step back into the room that you're in right now. So please don't feel like you need to memorize dates and times and terms that we go over in the courtroom, but please keep that paperwork that you get when you step back into that room with you wherever you go from here. As long as you keep that paperwork, come tomorrow, next week, you'll be able to look back at it and you'll still have access to all the information you got while you were in the courtroom. All right, let's go ahead and get started. If we could please, can I please have Mahoro Negdahayo into the courtroom behind the gray podium, please? Heather Salazar, if you would please take a seat in this first chair right inside the door. David Sodari, if I could ask you to please take a seat in the second chair. Good afternoon, sir. Can I please ask you to state your name and date of birth?
Mahoro Gendahayo, April 1st, 2002.
Thank you very much, sir. You are here on 4 different warrants. All 4 of them were issued by the probation court when you failed to appear at a probation revocation arraignment hearing. In all 4 of those cases, you have a lawyer already assigned to defend you. That lawyer will continue to represent you. Your next court hearing in all 4 of those cases will be a new revocation arraignment hearing. It will take place May 20th at 8:30 in the morning. It'll be in the probation court downtown. On all 4 of those warrants, the judge that issued them has determined you are not eligible for release on bond. That means you will be held in custody without bail at least until you see the probation judge at that hearing on May 20th. Do you understand that information?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can step back and get your paperwork. Heather Salazar, if I could ask you to please work your way into the courtroom. Jamie Harmon, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Mr. Sodari, if you'd shift over to the first, please. All right, can I please have your name and date of birth? If you would pull your mask down while you're speaking, you can put it back right back up after.
Okay. Heather Salazar, 0807-1991.
Thank you, Ms. Salazar. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 5 counts of aggravated assault, 1 a Class 4 felony, 3 are Class 3 felonies. Excuse me, I got that wrong. It's 5 counts. 5 counts of aggravated assault, 4 counts are Class 3 felonies, 1 count is a Class 4 felony. Last is 1 count of misdemeanor assault. That one's a Class 3 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings on these allegations will be a status conference May 19th, and then you'll have a preliminary hearing the 22nd. Both of those hearings will be at 8:30 in the morning in the Superior Court downtown. On these allegations, I have imposed a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50,000. Secured appearance means that you can use a bonding company to post that if you choose to. If you do post that bond and you are released from custody, you cannot have contact with any alleged victims of any of the underlying offenses. You cannot possess any weapons or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. Whether or not you are released from custody, you are also ordered to strictly comply with the terms of any orders of protection or orders against harassment, if any have been or are later served upon you. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Salazar. You can step back and get your paperwork. Good afternoon. Do I have a court interpreter on the line? Mr. Sodari, if that's you, if you'll step back, I'm not quite ready for you.
Yes, Your Honor. Martin Hernandez, court interpreter.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hernandez. Okay, I apologize. If everybody will just kind of stay where they are, sir, you can have a seat. I'm going to take one matter that I haven't called yet for purposes of using the court interpreter. Okay, Mr. Hernandez, are you ready to begin translating?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, can I please have Mandiber Vicente Hernandez into the courtroom behind this gray podium, please?
Que pase Mundiver Vicente Hernández a la sala y tome su lugar ahí detrás del podio, por favor.
Parece aquí. Okay. Okay, good afternoon, sir. I understand you've requested a Spanish interpreter. We have one on the line. Your hearing will be conducted via Spanish translation.
Buenas tardes, señor. Entiendo que usted ha solicitado un intérprete de español. Tenemos uno aquí y su audiencia será celebrada en español.
Before we get started, I do need to advise you of two important rights. First, you have the right to the assistance of counsel in this case. Second, you have the right to remain silent.
Antes de empezar su audiencia, quiero recordarle de dos derechos muy importantes que usted tiene. Primero, tiene el derecho a la asesoría de un abogado. En segundo lugar, tiene derecho de no hablar.
In a minute, we'll talk about whether the court has determined if you can afford a lawyer. If the court has determined that you cannot financially afford a lawyer, the court will appoint a lawyer for you.
En un momento hablaremos de si usted califica o no para un abogado particular. Si no califica para, perdón, en un momento hablaremos de si usted califica para un abogado. Si no califica para un abogado, se le asignará uno libre de costo.
As you can see, though, there is not a lawyer in the courtroom this afternoon to defend you. Because of that, and because you have the right to remain silent, I will encourage you not to make any statements regarding the facts about why you're here.
Pero esta tarde, como usted puede ver, no hay un abogado defensor aquí para usted. Entonces, yo le animo a que no diga ninguna cosa acerca de los hechos en su caso, porque esas cosas podrían usarse en su contra.
Okay, may I please have your full name and date of birth?
Dígame su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento.
Me llamo Mundiver Vicente Hernández. Nací el 5 de agosto del 84.
My name is Mundiver Vicente Hernandez. I was born August 5th, 1984.
Thank you very much, sir. You are here on allegations of new charges.
Muchas gracias, señor. Usted comparece el día de hoy por acusaciones nuevas.
The allegations against you are one count of unlawful flight from a law enforcement vehicle, a Class 5 felony.
Se le acusa de evadir una patrulla del orden público, un delito de categoría 5.
One count of criminal damage, a Class 1 misdemeanor.
Se le acusa de un cargo de daño en propiedad ajena, una falta de categoría 1.
And one count of criminal trespassing, a Class 3 misdemeanor.
Y un cargo de entrar en propiedad ajena sin permiso, una falta de categoría 3.
I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I've determined that you are unable to afford a lawyer, so I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you.
Dicto que hay fundamento fáctico para esas acusaciones. Dicto que califica para abogado y asignaré a un abogado de la Defensoría Pública para que lo represente.
Your next court hearings on these allegations will be a status conference May 19th and then a preliminary hearing May 22nd, both at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown.
Sus siguientes comparecencias serán una consulta de actualización el día 19 de mayo, después una audiencia preliminar el día 22 de mayo, ambas comparecencias a las 8:30 en el Tribunal Superior en el centro de la ciudad.
On these allegations, I have imposed a $5,000 secured appearance bond.
Por estas acusaciones he puesto una fianza en su caso de $5,000, fianza respaldada.
Secured appearance means that you can use a bonding company to post that bond if you choose to.
El que la fianza sea respaldada quiere decir que usted puede recurrir a una compañía de fianzas para ayudarle a prestar esa cantidad si quiere.
If you do post that bond and you're released from custody, while you are out of custody, you cannot possess any weapons or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription.
Si usted presta esa fianza y es puesto en libertad provisional, tendrá prohibido tener armas, alcohol o drogas, a menos que tenga una receta médica válida para las drogas.
Do you understand all of those conditions?
¿Entiende estas condiciones?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. You can step back to your left. All of that information will be in that paperwork right there for you.
Muy bien, pase a su izquierda. En la hoja le darán toda esa información por escrito.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us last minute, Mr. Interpreter. It looks like he might be the only one that had requested a Spanish interpreter. Before you leave, so we don't have to call you back, would you mind please making an inquiry of the gallery?
I do not mind. Buenas tardes. ¿Hay otra persona en la sala que no habla inglés y necesita intérprete de español? Si es así, levante la mano, por favor.
Okay, I'm told no hands were raised. Thank you again very much for joining us. You're free to disconnect, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, can I please have David Sodari into the courtroom behind the gray podium? Mr. Herman, I think you're already in the chair out there. Mariah Marquez, if you would please join Mr. Herman in one of those chairs inside the door. David Sodari? Officers, can you find David Sodari for me, please?
David Sodari! David Sodari!
Looks like he might be wearing a white and gray striped shirt. No. Okay, if you guys wouldn't mind to keep looking for him, we'll skip him for now. Mr. Herman, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Ty Begay, if you are ready, if you'd work your way to the second chair. Okay, can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Jamie Don Harmon, 06/01/1988.
Thank you very much, Mr. Herman, and thanks for being ready to come into the courtroom. Okay, you are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of dangerous drug possession for transportation or sale and 1 count of narcotic drug possession for transportation or sale. They are both Class 2 felonies. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I have appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 19th and then a preliminary hearing May 22nd. They'll both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On these allegations, you have a $5,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that bond and you are released from custody, you cannot go back to the scene where the underlying alleged transactions took place. You cannot have any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription in your possession if you're released from custody. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Herman. You can step back and get your paperwork. Okay, David Sodari, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Can I please have your name and date of birth?
David Sodari, 9/27/1978.
Thank you, Mr. Sodari. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of theft of a means of transportation, that is a Class 3 felony, and 1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, which is a Class 4 felony. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings on these allegations will be a status conference May 19th, and then you'll have a preliminary hearing on the 22nd. Both of those hearings will be at 8:30 in the morning in the Superior Court downtown. On these allegations, I have imposed a $7,500 secured appearance bond. Secured appearance means that you can use a bonding company to post that bond if you choose to. If you do post that bond and you're released from custody, you cannot have contact with any alleged victims or witnesses of either of these allegations. You also cannot possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription if you're released from custody.
I didn't have no weapon.
You can talk to your lawyer. The allegation is that you were in possession of a knife designed to be deadly. If you disagree with that or you think you have a defense to it, talk to the lawyer that I've appointed for you, and your lawyer can present whatever information you have in your defense to the trial court. Okay, any questions?
No.
Okay, do you understand all of those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sodari. You can step back and get your paperwork. Mariah Marquez, if you would please work your way into the courtroom, please. Maria Solis, if you would then please take a seat in the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Mariah Marquez.
And what's your date of birth?
August 12, 2000.
Thank you, Ms. Marquez. You are here on a bench warrant issued by the Superior Court when you failed to appear at a sentencing hearing in an existing felony drug case. You have a lawyer already assigned to defend you in that case. That lawyer will continue to represent you. Your next court hearing in that case will be a status conference May 19th at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On that warrant, you have a $2,500 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you're released, in addition to getting yourself to that hearing on the 19th, you are also ordered not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Marquez. You can step back and get your paperwork. Ty Begay, if you would please work your way into the courtroom, please. Daniel Brereton, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Good afternoon, sir. Can I have your name and date of birth, please? And if you wouldn't pull your mask down while you speak, you can put it right back up when you're done.
Okay, Ty Begay, 22795.
Thank you, Mr. Begay. Okay, you are here on a probation violation warrant issued by the Coconino County Superior Court. I don't know whether Coconino County has given you a lawyer in that case or not. If they have not, you will be appointed a lawyer at your next court hearing. That hearing is going to be an arraignment hearing May 16th. It will be at 8:30 in the morning. It'll take place in the Coconino County Superior Court. On that warrant, you have a $1,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released, in addition to getting yourself to that hearing on the 16th in Coconino County, you are ordered not to possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Okay, so I'm awaiting extradition?
It's not extradition. You're in custody pending transport to Coconino County.
Oh yeah, they're gonna move me over there?
Probably somebody from Coconino County will come get you. MCSO is not going to take you up there.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, sir. Maria Solis to the podium in the courtroom, please. Paul Tafoya, if you please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Maria Alejandra Solis,
What's your date of birth?
06-1481.
Thank you, Ms. Solis. You are here on a bench warrant issued by the Superior Court when you failed to appear at a status conference. That's in an existing felony narcotic drug case.
Yes.
You have a lawyer already assigned to you in that case. That lawyer will continue to defend you.
Okay.
Your next court hearings will be a new status conference on May 19th, and then that will be followed by a preliminary hearing on May 22nd.
Okay.
Both of them will be at 8:30 in the morning in the Superior Court downtown. On that warrant, you have a $500 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you're released from custody, you will be responsible for getting yourself to both of those hearings, and you will also be ordered not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription.
Okay.
Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, I did. Yes,
Thank you.
just because it was my daughter's birthday, that's why I didn't come.
Okay, talk to your lawyer. I don't want you.
Okay.
I don't want you to make any statements that could be used against you. So when you get to that hearing, talk to your lawyer
Yes,
about
ma'am.
the circumstances.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Solis.
So what am I doing? Am I going home or what am I doing?
Well, you have a bond. So if you post that bond, you'll be eligible for release from custody. If you don't post that bond, you'll stay in custody at least until your hearing on the 19th.
Okay.
What will happen after that will be up to the judge you see on the 19th.
Okay.
All right.
you.
Thank you, Ms. Solis. Daniel Brereton to the podium in the courtroom, please. Jason Shute, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Daniel David Brereton, 11/3/1997.
Thank you, Mr. Brereton. You are here on 4 different matters. The first matter that you're here on is allegations of new charges. Those allegations are 1 count of narcotic drug possession, that's a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, which is a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause to support those new allegations, and I have appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings on the new allegations will be a status conference May 19th and then a preliminary hearing on the 22nd. Both of those hearings will be at 8:30 in the morning in the Superior Court downtown. On those new drug allegations, you have a $250 secured appearance bond. The other 3 matters you're here on are all allegations that those new charges violated Term 1 of your probation. In each of those 3 probation cases, I've also appointed a lawyer to defend you. Your next court hearing in all 3 probation matters will be a revocation arraignment hearing May 20th at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On those 3 probation cases, you have a total secured appearance bond of $1,000. It is $500 on one of the cases, $250 on the other two. So $1,000 total on the probation cases, $1,250 total for all 4 cases. It is all secured appearance. If you do post that and you're released from custody, you cannot possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brereton. You can step back and get your paperwork. Paul Tafoya to the podium in the courtroom, please. Sierra Ulabari, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Paul Tafoya, 12/11/1995.
Thank you, Mr. Tafoya. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of narcotic drug possession, that's a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of criminal trespassing, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 19th and then a preliminary hearing May 22nd. Both of them will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On those allegations, I have imposed a $500 secured appearance bond. If you post that bond and you're released from custody, you cannot go back to the scene where you were allegedly trespassing, and you cannot possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tafoya. You can step back and get your paperwork. Jason Shute, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Cynthia Acosta, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Jason Shute? Can you find me Jason Shute? It looks like he has maybe a gray full beard and a black shirt.
It's a health call.
Okay, what's the reason?
He is in a safe cell, dangerous to self.
Okay, thank you. If you have others that we don't know about, if you could let her know.
I did call. I said,
Okay, Sierra Ulabari, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Tyrell Wood, if I could ask you to please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Yes, it's Sierra Ulibarri, and my birthday is 9/24/1998.
98 or 88?
98.
98. Thank you, Ms. Ulibarri. You are here on a probation violation warrant. A petition to revoke your probation was filed. It alleges that you have violated terms 3, 4, and 5 of your probation. I have appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you in that probation proceeding. Your next court hearing will be a revocation arraignment hearing May 20th. It'll be at 8:30 in the probation court downtown. On that warrant, you have a $250 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released from custody, you are ordered not to possess any weapons or any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. You can step back and get your paperwork.
All right, thank you.
Cynthia Acosta, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Daniel Gallego, if you'd please work your way to the second chair. Cynthia Acosta? Can I have your name and date of birth when you speak? If you would pull your mask down, you can put it up when you're done.
Cynthia Costa, July 11th, 1981.
Did you say July 11th?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Acosta. You are here on your third failure to appear warrant issued by the South Mountain Justice Court on a misdemeanor driving on a suspended license allegation. You are entitled to a court-appointed lawyer on that warrant for purposes of release conditions, and I've appointed one for you. Your next court hearing on that warrant will be an arraignment hearing May 16th. It will be at 8:30 in the South Mountain Justice Court. On that warrant, you have a $150 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released, in addition to getting yourself to that hearing in the South Mountain Justice Court on May 16th, you are also ordered not to operate a motor vehicle if you don't have a valid driver's license. Do you understand those conditions?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Acosta. You can step back and get your paperwork.
So does that mean I won't be released today?
Not unless you post that bond. If you don't post that bond, you'll stay in custody at least until your hearing on the 16th.
And is there any way to be released on probation services or whatever?
No, so I can't release you to pretrial services on a justice court case, and I'm not going to release you on your own recognizance because the last 2 times that happened, you didn't go to court.
Because I showed up to court late the last time I went, and I didn't, wasn't able to reschedule.
Yeah. Unfortunately, when you're not in the courtroom when your case is called, you're not in the courtroom when your case is called. And so the purpose of this bond is to ensure that you make it to your next court hearing. Any other questions, Ms. Acosta?
No.
All right, thank you very much. Tyrell Wood to the podium in the courtroom, please. Valgene Tugovia, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Tyrell Wood, December 4th, 1986.
Did you say December 12th?
4th.
4th. Thank you, Mr. Wood. Okay, you are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of criminal trespassing, a Class 3 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 27th, and then a preliminary hearing May 29th. Both of those hearings will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On these allegations, I am releasing you to the supervision of pretrial services. What that means is you will be released from custody. You do not have to post a bond to secure your release. Once you are out of custody, you will be responsible for getting yourself to both of those next court hearings. You will also be required to contact pretrial services once you get out of custody. Their contact information is going to be in a little packet that you get with your release paperwork, so please keep that so once you're out of custody, you have their phone number to give them a call. Last thing, once you're out of custody, you cannot return to the scene where you were allegedly trespassing, and you cannot possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand all of those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wood. You can step back and get your paperwork. Please keep that. Don't lose it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you,
so
sir.
much.
Daniel Gallego, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Carlos Newman, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Daniel Gallego, June 15, 1988.
Thank you, Mr. Gallego. You are here on an allegation of a new charge. The allegation against you is 1 count of theft of a means of transportation. It is a Class 3 felony. I have found probable cause to support that allegation, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 27th, and then a preliminary hearing May 29th. Both of them will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On this allegation, I am releasing you to the supervision of pretrial services. So that means you're going to be released from custody without having to post a bond. You will then be responsible for getting yourself to both of your hearings on the 27th and the 29th. Once you're out of custody, you also have to contact pretrial services. Their phone number and their address, if you want to go in person, will be in a packet that you get with your release paperwork. So please keep that with you so you can make that call or make that visit once you're out of custody. Also, once you're out of custody, you cannot have contact with any alleged victims or witnesses of the underlying allegation, and you cannot possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions? Okay, thank you, sir. You can step back and get your paperwork. Valgene Tungovia, if you please work your way into the courtroom. Robert Morales, if I could ask you to please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Valgene Norman Tungovia, 04/01/1988.
Thank you very much. Say your last name for me one more time, a little slower.
Tungovia.
Is the N silent? It's Tungovia?
Tungovia. Well, it's pronounced Tungovia, Hopi way, but then you guys can say Tungovia if it's easier.
Okay. I just don't want to offend you by mispronouncing it, but I'm not sure I could pronounce it the way you did. Okay, you're here on an allegation of a new charge. The allegation against you is 1 count of criminal damage. It's a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause to support that allegation, and I have appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 27th, and then a preliminary hearing May 29th. They'll both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. I am releasing you to the supervision of pretrial services. So same as the last couple people, that means you're going to be released. You don't need to post a bond.
Yes.
Once you are out of custody, you will be responsible for getting yourself to both of those court hearings. You'll also be required to contact pretrial services once you're out, so please keep the package you get with your release paperwork. It will have their phone number and their address, so you can contact them however is most convenient for you.
All right.
Once you are out of custody, You are also ordered not to return to the scene where the underlying alleged criminal damage incident took place. You cannot have contact with any alleged victims or witnesses of that allegation. If those orders mean that I'm ordering you not to return to your primary residence, you must find an alternate residence at least until your first hearing on the 27th.
Yes.
If you need to return to that location to retrieve any personal items that you have there, you can do that one time only. If you need to do that, you have to be accompanied by a law enforcement officer. So if you need to do that, what you should do is call the non-emergency number to any local police agency, have them escort you back to that location. Please retrieve anything you have there that you might need between now and the 27th, because you just get to do that one time.
Yes.
Okay, last couple things. Once you're out, you can't possess any weapons, drugs without a valid prescription, or any alcohol. Also, if any orders of protection have been served upon you or are later served upon you, you must strictly comply with the terms of those orders.
Yes.
Okay, do you understand all of those conditions?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you very much. You can step back and get your paperwork. Carlos Newman, if you would please work your way into the courtroom, please. Jose Sandoval Vega, if you'd please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Carlos Newman, 9/29/87.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. You are here on an allegation of a new charge. That allegation is one count of drug paraphernalia possession. It's a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause to support that allegation, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 27th and then a preliminary hearing the 29th. Both of those hearings will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. I am releasing you on your own recognizance, so you will be released from custody, and then you will be responsible for getting yourself to both of those next hearings. Once you're out of custody, you are ordered not to return to the scene where you were arrested. You cannot have contact with any alleged witnesses or co-defendants if there are any and you know who they are, and you cannot possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand all of those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Newman. You can step back and get your paperwork. Thank you. Robert Morales, to the podium in the courtroom, please. Daniel Ariven, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth?
Oh, Robert Morales, 04/07/2001.
Thank you, Mr. Morales. You are here on a failure to appear warrant issued by the Goodyear Municipal Court. The underlying allegation in that case is one count of driving on a suspended license. It's a misdemeanor allegation. Because the nature of that charge is a misdemeanor, you're not entitled to a court-appointed lawyer to defend you. You do still have the right to the assistance of counsel. What that means is if you don't have a lawyer working with you already in that case, but you want to have one, you will have to hire a lawyer to represent you. Your next court hearing on this warrant will be an arraignment hearing May 28th. It will be at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It'll take place in the Goodyear Municipal. Your next court hearing on this warrant will be an arraignment hearing May 28th. It will be at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It'll take place in the Goodyear Municipal Court. I am releasing you on your own recognizance, so it will be your responsibility to get yourself to that hearing on May 28th. Once you're out of custody, you are ordered not to operate a motor vehicle if you don't have a valid driver's license. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Morales. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Thank you.
Jose Sandoval Vega, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Jesus Chavez, if you please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Jose Sandoval Vega, April 20, 1999.
Thank you, Mr. Sandoval Vega. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are one count of narcotic drug possession, that's a Class 4 felony, and 2 counts of drug paraphernalia possession, those are both Class 6 felonies. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 27th and then a preliminary hearing May 29th. Both of those hearings will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. I am releasing you on your own recognizance on these allegations, so you will be released from custody, and it will be your responsibility to get yourself to both of those next hearings. Once you're out of custody, you are ordered not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sandoval Vega. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Appreciate it.
Daniel Ariven, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Howard Warren, if I could ask you to please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
My name is Daniel Irvin. I was born on March 12th, 99.
Okay, thank you very much. Your last name is pronounced Irvin?
Yes.
Do we have it spelled correctly, though? Is it E-R-I-V-E-N?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Irvin. I apologize for mispronouncing that.
It's okay.
Okay, you're here on an arrest warrant that was issued after a direct complaint was filed. A direct complaint is a written document that has alleged new allegations against you, as opposed to law enforcement alleging new allegations when they arrest you and book you in. The allegations in that direct complaint are 1 count of narcotic drug possession and 1 count of dangerous drug possession. They're both class 4 felonies, both alleged to have been committed February 1st of 2023. I have appointed a lawyer to defend you against those allegations. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 27th and then a preliminary hearing May 29th. Both of them are going to be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On this warrant, I am releasing you on your own recognizance, so you're going to get out of custody and you will be responsible for getting yourself downtown to your hearings on the 27th and the 29th. Once you're out of custody, you are ordered not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Did you have a question? I'm not saying you have to. I thought you were kind of raising your hand.
No, I was just.
Oh, okay. All right. If you don't have any questions, then do you understand those conditions?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Irvin. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Okay.
Jesus Chavez to the podium in the courtroom, please. Monica Zamora, if you would please work your way to the second chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
09-1595, Jesus Chavez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chavez. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of dangerous drug possession, a class 4 felony, 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, a class 6 felony, and 1 count of criminal trespassing, a class 3 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause to support those allegations, and I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Your next court hearings will be a status conference May 27th and then a preliminary hearing May 29th, both of them at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. I am releasing you on your own recognizance, so you will be released from custody. That means it's going to be your responsibility to get yourself to both of those court hearings.
Okay.
Once you're out of custody, you are ordered not to return to the scene where you were allegedly trespassing, and you cannot possess any drugs without a valid prescription.
Okay.
Do you understand those conditions?
No, it's just crazy, man. I just barely got out like 2 days ago, and I went back to the same spot, and just like 'cause I was homeless, and when I went and grabbed my stuff, I had totally forgot like that I had more of those pills that I had got caught with before.
I would say don't say anything else because I don't want you to make any material admissions. So you're going to get out now. Once you're out, just don't go back there. Okay, any questions about your release conditions?
No.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chavez. You can step back and get your paperwork. Howard Warren to the podium in the courtroom, please. Shane Elliott, if you would please work your way to the chair. Can I have your name and date of birth, please, sir?
Howard Earl Warren, March 22nd, 1955.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. You are here on an allegation of a new charge. That allegation is 1 count of assault, a class 1 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause to support that allegation. I've determined you are entitled to a court-appointed lawyer. The lawyer that will be appointed to represent you will be appointed by the next judge you see at your next court hearing. That hearing is going to be an arraignment hearing May 27th. It will be at 8:30 in the morning in the West Mesa Justice Court. I am releasing you on your own recognizance on this allegation. Once you're out of custody, you are ordered not to return to the scene where the alleged assault took place. You also cannot have contact, physical or otherwise, with the alleged victim or any alleged witnesses. This means that under no circumstances are you permitted to reside at the same location as the alleged victim. If you currently reside at the same location as the alleged victim and upon release the alleged victim is still living there, you will have to find an alternate residence at least until your first hearing. Also, once you're released, you cannot possess any weapons and you cannot consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand all of those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll be released today.
Yes. Well, yes. It's only 3 o'clock, so it's before midnight. Yes, I'm sure the release process won't take that long. Okay. Any other questions, Mr. Warren? No. All right. Thank you very much. You can step back and get your paperwork.
Thank you.
Monica Zamora to the podium in the courtroom, please.
Hello. Monica Zamora, August 3rd, 1973.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zamora. You are here on 2 different matters. The first matter that you're here on is a failure to appear warrant that was issued by the South Mountain Justice Court. The allegation in that case is 1 count of driving on a suspended license, the Class 1 misdemeanor. Because the nature of that allegation is a misdemeanor, you're not entitled to a court-appointed lawyer in that matter. You still have the right to the assistance of counsel. If you wish to be defended in that misdemeanor case, but you don't have a lawyer yet, you will have to hire a lawyer to defend you. Your next court hearing on that warrant will be an arraignment hearing May 28th. It'll be at 9 o'clock in the morning. It will take place in the South Mountain Justice Court. On that warrant, I am releasing you on your own recognizance, so you will be responsible for getting yourself to that hearing in South Mountain on May 28th.
Okay.
The second matter that you're here on is an allegation of a new felony offense. That allegation is 1 count of theft of a means of transportation. It is a Class 3 felony. I have not found probable cause to support that allegation. My finding of no probable cause does not mean it is legally dismissed. It is possible that the county attorney's office will still file formal charges on that allegation. What my finding of no probable cause does mean is that based on the information law enforcement provided for purposes of this hearing, I was unable to determine that that information met the legal elements of the alleged crime.
Okay.
So you're going to be released from custody on both of these matters, on the warrant and this new allegation.
Okay.
I've appointed a lawyer to defend you against that new felony allegation. If the county attorney's office does file formal charges on that allegation, you're entitled to a court-appointed lawyer. So I've appointed one now to make sure you're defended if that is charged.
Okay.
I'm also going to give you hearing dates for that felony offense. So you will have to attend a status conference May 27th, and then depending on what happens on the 27th, perhaps also a preliminary hearing on the 29th. Both of them will be at 8:30.
Okay.
It is entirely possible you will go to that hearing on the 27th, and the court will say nothing has been filed, you're free to go, you don't have to come back on the 29th.
Okay.
It is equally possible that you will go on the 27th and find out that charges have been filed.
Okay.
If you don't show up on the 27th and the county attorney has charged that court's going to issue a warrant for your arrest.
Okay.
So make sure you are in the Superior Court downtown on the 27th and then again the 29th, perhaps, depending on what happens on the 27th. And then make sure you're in the South Mountain Justice Court on the 28th. So 27, 28, 29, 3 days in a row. You're going to get out of custody, though. Once you're out of custody, don't operate a motor vehicle if you don't have a valid driver's license. All right. Do you have any questions for me, Ms. Samora?
No.
All right. Thank you very much. You can step back and get your paperwork. Shane Elliott to the podium in the courtroom, please. Paul Moncrief. Is Paul Moncrief in the gallery? That's you. Okay. If you'll take a seat in the second chair, please, sir. Thanks so much. Can I have your name and officer? Would one of you stand right here real quick so she can get around? If you would, please. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry. Can I have your name and date of birth, please?
Shane Elliott, 12/27/2000.
2000 or 2001?
2000.
2000. Okay. All right, Mr. Elliott, you are here on a warrant issued by the state of New Mexico. Before you were put on a court calendar here in Arizona, Arizona confirmed with New Mexico that that warrant is valid and that New Mexico is willing to extradite you. That means New Mexico wants to come to Arizona and take you back to New Mexico. Before you came into the courtroom today, did you get a big laminated card to review? Sir? Mr. Elliott, do you intend to answer any of my questions? Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to set a fugitive hearing for June 2nd at 1:30 in the afternoon. That will take place at the Superior Court downtown. On this New Mexico warrant, Mr. Elliott, you have a $25,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that bond, you must stay in the state of Arizona. If you post that bond and you're released, you must attend all of your hearings in relation to this warrant. You cannot have contact with any alleged victims or witnesses of the underlying New Mexico offense, and you cannot possess any drugs without a valid prescription. All right, Mr. Elliott, we'll get your paperwork printed. All that information will be in it. Please go ahead and step to your left. Okay, Paul Moncrief, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. Good afternoon. Would you please remove your hat and then give me your name and date of birth?
Paul Moncrief, December 8th, 1965.
Thank you, Mr. Moncrief. You are here on 4 different matters. The first matter that you're here on is an allegation of a new charge. That allegation is 1 count of aggravated driving under the influence. It is a class 4 felony. I have found probable cause to support that allegation, and I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Your next court hearings on that new allegation will be a status conference May 19th and then a preliminary hearing the 22nd. Both of those will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On that new allegation, you have a $5,000 secured appearance bond. The other 3 matters you're here on are all probation violation matters that allege that the new ag DUI charge violated term 1 of your probation. In all 3 of those probation cases, I've appointed a lawyer to defend you. Your next court hearing in the 3 probation matters will be a revocation arraignment May 20th. It'll be at 8:30 in the probation court downtown. On the 3 probation matters, you have a total secured appearance bond of $1,000. It's $500 on one of the probation matters, $200 on the other 2. So your total bond for all 4 cases will be $6,000. It is all secured appearance. If you post that and you are released, you will be responsible for getting yourself to all of your court hearings, and you are prohibited from possessing any weapons or drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand all of those conditions?
Secured appearance?
Secured appearance means you can use a bonding company as opposed to having to post that in all cash. Any other questions, Mr. Moncrief?
No.
All right, thank you very much. You can step back and get your paperwork. Officers, would you clear everybody but my last 2, please?
Shane, Elliot, Paul, Moncrief.
Gallery's to your honor.
Okay, can I please have John Edie? Edie, all right, thanks, sir. If you'll come on up to this gray podium. Can I please have your full name and date of birth?
Yes, it's John Michael Heidi.
And what's your date of birth, Mr. Edie?
March 24, 1963.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edie. You are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of using an artifice with the intent to shoplift. That's a class 4 felony.
No.
1 count of indecent exposure, a class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of assault, a class 1 misdemeanor.
No.
Based on the information provided to me by law enforcement, I have found probable cause to support those allegations. I've appointed a lawyer to defend you. What you want to do is talk to your lawyer about the underlying allegations against you. You and your lawyer can develop the facts in support of your defense.
Yes,
You'll present those to the next court.
I'm going to sue.
Okay. Your next court hearings on these allegations will be a status conference May 19th, and then you'll have a preliminary hearing the 22nd. They'll both be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. On the 19th at your hearing, that will be your first opportunity to meet with the lawyer assigned to defend you. On these allegations, you have a $5,000 secured appearance bond. If you post that and you are released, you cannot go back to where these alleged events occurred, and you cannot have contact with any alleged victims or witnesses. If you're released from custody, you also cannot possess any weapons or consume any alcohol or drugs without a valid prescription. Do you understand all of those conditions?
Yeah, and they were ending me on. I asked one person, one lady, look at me, a pair of underwear.
Okay. You don't need to show me that, sir. What you'll want to do is talk to your lawyer. You can go ahead and step back and get your paperwork.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, sir.
Can I get a warrant?
You have to post a bond.
Okay.
Officers, will you take him all the way out, please? He doesn't have a badge. Thank you. Okay, Dave Reynolds, if you would please work your way into the courtroom. All right, sir, can I please have your full name and date of birth?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My full name is David Paul Reynolds. Date of birth is 2/28/83.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Reynolds. We have your name listed as Dave. Your legal first name is David.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Reynolds. Okay, an appearance of counsel for the state in this matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Brooke Gahn, Paso State.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gaunt. Thank you for joining us. Okay, Mr. Reynolds, you are here on allegations of new charges. The allegations against you are 1 count of molestation of a child, 1 count of sexual conduct with a minor. Those 2 are both Class 2 felonies, 1 count of sexual abuse, a Class 5 felony, and 2 counts of sex conduct with a minor. Those are both Class 6 felonies. Based on my reading of the facts alleged against you in a document called a Form 4 provided to me by law enforcement, I am inclined to find probable cause to support those allegations. Ms. Gaunt, any information in addition to what's in the Form 4 that you would like the court to consider in regards to probable cause?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Then I have found probable cause to support those allegations. I have determined that you are entitled to a court-appointed lawyer. I have appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Your next court hearings in this matter will be a status conference May 19th, and then you will have a preliminary hearing the 22nd. Those hearings will both take place at 8:30 in the morning in the Superior Court downtown. Before I consider or impose any release conditions, may I please hear argument or recommendation from the state regarding release?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's asking for a $250,000 cash-only bond, and if Mr. Reynolds is able to post that, we'd ask for electronic monitoring as is required by statute and no contact with any minors. These recommendations are based on the nature of the charges. There are multiple offense dates as well as multiple victims, a 15-year-old and an 11-year-old. Additionally, the state is very concerned the allegation that he sexually assaulted the 15-year-old victim while his toddler child was present. We believe that he's a significant danger to the community. Additionally, he's facing mandatory prison time if convicted as charged. Given all that, we think that significant cash bond is necessary.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Gaunt. Mr. Reynolds, I will give you an opportunity to address the court if you wish to provide any information that you would like me to consider in regards to your release conditions. I will caution you very strongly to avoid making any statements regarding the factual allegations against you because you can see the state's lawyer is in here. You don't have a lawyer present. So I don't want to impose release conditions without giving you an opportunity to address the court on release, but I want to make very clear to you that any comments that you do make, if you choose to make some, should be limited to what you would like the court to do in terms of your release conditions and should not include your defenses or statements regarding the facts against you. Okay, so if you would like to make any statements regarding what the court should consider in terms of your release conditions, I offer you the opportunity to do that now.
Thank you, Your Honor. I understand the state's position, and if I was guilty of these things, I would agree with the severity. I am not a threat to the community. I have never been a threat to the community. I am a wonderful father to my child. I would never expose him to any danger at all, ever. I understand the allegations being made against me. I wish I was present here to defend myself in such a capacity. I am hurt and afraid because I've tried to live a good life, and I've tried to do well by providing services and abilities to children that don't have good homes. I give them a place of safety, catered by adults and older teenagers, and I've been doing this for over 10 years. I am hurt. I'm scared.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have heard and am considering arguments made in open court. I am considering the factual allegations alleged against you. Mr. Reynolds, to your point, you these are allegations at this point. You will have every right to challenge those factual allegations. You certainly have the right to prepare and present a defense to these allegations. So I want you to understand that nothing in this proceeding right now that is happening is finding that you in fact have committed these violations. What I am determining is that if true, the information provided by law enforcement would meet the legal elements of the alleged offenses. So based on those factual allegations, I do have substantial concerns about the safety of minors in the community. As Ms. Gaunt pointed out, there are multiple alleged victims and there are multiple alleged offense dates. So that is the basis for my concern regarding the minors in the community. You also heard Ms. Gaunt say that if convicted, the penalties for these types of offenses are substantial. That does in and of itself provide some risk of flight concerns. Not that I am seeing you or hearing anything you say leading me to believe that you intend not to go to court to face these allegations, but given the nature of the penalties, appearing at preliminary hearings in this matter is something a little bit different than surrendering for an adverse verdict given the potential penalties if convicted. So I do also have some substantial concerns around that and your voluntary appearance in court for the entirety of these proceedings. Based on all of those factors, I am persuaded that a substantial bond is necessary in this case to assure appearance in court and protect the community. I am going to impose a $150,000 secured appearance bond. Mr. Reynolds, if that bond is posted, Arizona law does require that you be affixed with an ankle monitor prior to your release from custody. So if you get that bond posted, you will have an ankle monitor upon release. If you post that and you're released on that ankle monitor, you cannot have contact with any alleged victims of these allegations. I am also going to prohibit any contact with minors with one exception. You may have supervised contact with any of your own minor children while in the presence of any minors that are your biological or adopted children. At least one other adult over the age of 21 must be present. Also, if you're released from custody, you can't possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Ms. Gaunt, anything else I need to address before I excuse this matter?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Reynolds, do you understand all of these release conditions?
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know, did I sign this?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have it printed?
Yes.
Okay, sounds like your paperwork is ready. If you'll step to your left, you can get that. All right, Ms. Gaunt, you are always free to stay, but free to be excused if you wish.
Thank you.
All right, number 8 on the calendar, Boy Ball Day, date of birth 12/12/2006, is not in the courtroom. Did somebody tell me why he's not here?
He's on suicide watch, Your Honor.
Okay. Wait, did you say she? He, okay. I was just making sure we had the right person. All right, he's not in the courtroom because he poses a danger to himself. He is here on allegations of new charges. Those allegations are 2 counts of disorderly conduct, 1 count of assault, all misdemeanor allegations. He's entitled to a court-appointed lawyer who will be appointed at his next court hearing. His next hearing will be an arraignment hearing May 21st at 8:30 in the Goodyear Municipal Court, and he has a $1,500 secured appearance bond on those allegations. Last on the calendar, number 27, Jason Shute, date of birth 1/22/81, is not in the courtroom because he poses a danger to himself. He is here on a bench warrant issued by the Superior Court when he failed to appear at a status conference in an existing felony drug case. He has a lawyer already assigned to defend him who will continue to represent him. His next court hearings will be a new status conference May 19th and a preliminary hearing May 22nd, both of which will be at 8:30 in the Superior Court downtown. He has a $500 secured appearance bond on that warrant. If anything changes after I visit either of those individuals' cell side, the court's final orders regarding their release conditions will be reflected in their written release orders. That concludes the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar. This court will stand in recess until 5 p.m.
We'll be on this link.
All rise. Thank you. Please be seated.
Good evening. This is the time.
Let's try that again. There we go. Good evening. This is the time for the 5 p.m. calendar and initial appearance court on May 13th, 2025. The court's orders to the taking of DNA and fingerprints made on the first calendar of this month will apply to all hearings on this calendar. I will call you each up to the podium one at a time. Please listen for your name. I'm then going to announce whoever is up next. Please sit in the chair that's right outside of the courtroom. I'll let you know what you've been arrested for, what your next court dates are, and any release conditions that I'm ordering today. Let's get started with Catherine Comsano to the podium and Vincent Perez to the chair, please. And Ms. Scott, number 9, is that correct?
That's correct, Your
Thank you. Good evening, ma'am. May I have your name and date of birth?
Catherine Comisano, 43087.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court grand jury warrant. You were indicted on 1 count of conspiracy, Class 2 felony, 1 count of fraudulent schemes, Class 2 felony, 1 count of theft obtained by misrepresentation, Class 2 felony, 1 count of illegal control of enterprise, Class 3 felony, and 23 counts of forgery, Class 4 felonies. These are for incidents listed in 2020. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you. I am setting an arraignment hearing on May 21st at 8:30. That's in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to affirm the bond in the grand jury warrant. That's a $25,000 secured bond. Now, it's my understanding that you're currently serving time in DOC. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So obviously, don't post that bond
Yeah,
because you're not
obviously.
being released on
Yeah.
your current case.
Yes.
All that information is going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
Nope.
Okay. Go ahead and grab your paperwork and then take a seat to your left.
Thank you. Okay.
Vincent Perez to the podium. And Corian Dunning to the chair, please. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Vincent Angel Perez, 12/20/1989.
Thank you. We are here today on a failure to appear bench warrant on a case involving 1 count of aggravated assault and 2 counts of criminal damage. I will affirm the attorney that was already appointed to represent you in that case. I am setting a status conference post-warrant on May 21st at 8:30 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to affirm the bond in the failure to appear warrant. That's a $5,400 bond. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not have contact with any victim, complainant, or witness, no possessing any weapons, and no drugs without a valid prescription. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left. Take a seat.
All right, thank you.
Corian Dunning to the podium and Bryce Donovan to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Corian Dunning,
Your date of birth?
March 26,
Thank you. We are here today on a probation violation warrant for violating terms 3, 5, and 15 of your probation. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you in this case. I am setting a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 20th at 8:30. That's in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond today in the amount of $5,000. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
yeah, I'll be able to, so I'll be locked up until when?
So you're going to be in custody until your next hearing unless that bond is posted. Okay, grab your paperwork and take a seat. Bryce Donovan to the podium and Mark Brewer to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Bryce Donovan, 8/11/94.
Thank you, Ms. Gahn.
Brooke Ghanem, pass the state, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Donovan. We are here today on Superior Court in new case. You were arrested on allegations of 1 count of narcotic drug possession, Class 4 felony, 1 count of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony, and 3 counts of endangerment of the life or health of a minor, Class 1 misdemeanors. I will find probable cause and I will appoint you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on May 19th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 22nd at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond today in the amount of $5,000. If you do post bond, I am ordering that pretrial services supervises you in the community and that they conduct drug testing and monitoring as a condition of your release. I'm also ordering that you're not to initiate any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness, no possessing any drugs without a valid prescription, and you're only to have contact with any alleged minor victims while supervised by another adult or under a safety plan by the Department of Child Safety. All that information is going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
So I have a $5,000 secured bond?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No.
Okay, Ms. Gahn, any requests from the state today?
Yes, Your Honor. The state is asking to seal the original Form 4 and replace it with the redacted version of the Form 4 because it contained the minor victim's name.
Thank you, Ms. Gahn. I will grant the state's request to seal the Form 4. Ms. Donovan, that doesn't mean that you're not able to access anything. That's just so that your children's information is not available to the public.
Okay.
Your attorney will be able to get copies of anything that was filed in front of the court and provide you with an explanation of kind of what goes on. So make sure you talk with your attorney if you have any questions about that, okay? All right. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Go ahead and grab that to your left and take a seat.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
You may, Ms. Gahn.
Thank you.
Mark Brewer to the podium and Eric Taylor to the chair, please. Good evening, may I have your name and date of birth?
Mark Anthony Brewer Jr., sir, 7/16/83.
Thank you. We are here today on a probation violation warrant for violating terms 3 and 5 of your probation. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you. I am setting a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 20th at 8:30. That's in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond today in the amount of $2,500. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
Yes, I was wondering if, because I do have a job now, and I do have a place to live. If there's any way I can get maybe an ankle monitor until the 20th.
So releasing you on an ankle monitor isn't really an option at this point in time. What I'm concerned about is you've been reinstated on probation already 3 times, and this is going to be your 4th petition to revoke your probation. Also, probation is alleging they have not had consistent contact with you since March 12th of 2025. So I do not believe a release of any sort without a bond is appropriate at this point in time.
All right.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and then take a seat. Eric Taylor to the podium. And David Raya to the chair, please. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Yes, my name is Eric Michael Taylor, and my date of birth is December 10th, 1969.
Thank you. We are here today on 2 different cases. The first is a Superior Court arrest warrant. You were charged with 1 count of narcotic drug possession, class 4 felony, from an incident in December of 2024. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you in this case, and I am setting a status conference on May 19th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 22nd at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. We're also here today on a Term 1 probation violation. I will appoint you an attorney in that case as well. I am setting a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 20th at 8:30, also in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond in the amount of $1,000 on each case, so $2,000 total. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not have contact with the arresting officers, no weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, I have one question. What actually was the drugs?
So narcotic drug possession.
Yeah, but what are they?
So your attorney will be able to provide you with further information. You have already been charged and probable cause has been found. I don't have the exact details of your arrest today. We're just here on the warrant. So talk with your attorney about that.
And what class felony was that?
It's a class 4 felony.
Oh, well, thank you.
Go ahead and grab your paperwork to your left and then take a seat. David Raya to the podium and Ruben Gutierrez to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
David Raya, 10/5/87.
Thank you. We are here today on a probation violation warrant for violating terms 3 and 5 of your probation. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you. I am setting a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 20th at 8:30. That's in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond today in the amount of $1,250. If you do post bond, you'll have some other release conditions that you must follow. I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release. All that information is going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, go ahead and take a seat. I have to reprint your paperwork, and we'll bring it out to you in just a moment, okay? Ruben Gutierrez to the podium, and Yusuf Brown to the chair, please. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Ruben Gutierrez, 12/17/86.
Thank you. We are here today on a probation violation warrant for violating terms 3 and 5 of your probation. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you in this case. I am setting a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 20th at 8:30. That's in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond today in the amount of $1,000. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 24 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions? Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Yusuf Brown to the podium and Patricia Bancanari to the chair, please. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Joseph Brown, 10/15/1981.
Thank you. We are here today on a failure to appear bench warrant on a case involving disobeying or resisting an order mandated of the court. I will affirm the attorney that was already appointed to represent you in that case. I am setting a status conference on May 20th at 9 a.m. in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to affirm the bond in the failure to appear warrant. That's a $500 secured bond. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not have contact with the arresting officers, no drugs without a valid prescription, and no driving without a valid driver's license. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
How is it failure to appear? And I didn't have any court date set yet.
So it does look like a court date was set and a bench warrant was issued on April 8th.
I never received that. Oh, you talking about for Rule 11? Okay, yeah, that's what I had the next day. The next day I was supposed to go have a meeting about a reschedule. That was the morning I got arrested. I was supposed to have a conference with my case manager about rescheduling.
Okay,
They
so
rescheduled
their hearing was never rescheduled.
Yeah, it was supposed to, but that wasn't on my behalf. That wasn't my fault that it got canceled the first time.
Okay, so talk with your attorney about that. Your attorney can make that argument at the next hearing if that's appropriate.
All right.
But I am affirming the warrant at this point. Grab your paperwork and take a seat. Patricia Bacaneri to the podium. And Janie Bagay to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Patricia Bacaneri, 62482.
Thank you. We are here today on a failure to appear bench warrant on a case involving drug paraphernalia. I will affirm the attorney that was already appointed to represent you. I am setting a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 20th at 8:30. That's in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to affirm the bond in the failure to appear warrant. That's a $500 secured bond. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Jay Bagay to the podium and Luke French to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Jay Bagay, 12/04/98.
Thank you. We are here today on two different probation violation warrants for violating terms 3, 5, and 15 of your probation. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you in both cases. I am setting a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 20th at 8:30. That's in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond today in the amount of $250 on each case, so it's $500 total. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 24 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, go ahead and grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. And Mr. French, I apologize. We're going to have you take a seat for just a moment. We'll call you up later on in the calendar. Let's have Daniel Mendoza to the podium and Fausto Corral to the chair, please.
Mendoza, Daniel?
Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Yayo Mendoza, 040997.
Thank you. We are here today on a probation violation warrant for violating terms 3 and 5 of your probation. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you in this case. I am setting a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 20th at 8:30. That's in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond today in the amount of $250. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions? Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and then take a seat. Fausto Corral to the podium and Tabitha Hamrick to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Fausto Corral, 11/27/83.
Thank you. We are here today on a probation violation warrant for violating terms 6 and 7 of your probation. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you in your case. I am setting a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 20th at 8:30. That's in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond today in the amount of $250. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you must contact probation within 72 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Tabitha Hamrick to the podium. Mandela Dell to the chair, please. Good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Tabitha Hamrick, 5289.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of narcotic drug possession, Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I will find probable cause and I will appoint you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on May 19th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 22nd at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to issue a secured bond today in the amount of $250. If you do post that bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, and you must contact your parole officer within 24 hours of your release. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, go ahead and grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Mandela Dell to the podium, and Terry Blosser to the chair, please. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Mandela Dell, January 1st, 1992.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of taking contraband into a correctional facility, Class 2 felony, aggravated DUI, Class 4 felony, dangerous drug possession, Class 4 felony, unlawful flight from law enforcement, Class 5 felony, DUI, drug metabolite, Class 1 misdemeanor, driving under the influence of liquor, drugs, or vapor, Class 1 misdemeanor, disobeying or resisting an order mandated of the court, Class 1 misdemeanor, and reckless driving, Class 2 misdemeanor. I am only finding probable cause as to the unlawful flight allegation, the disobeying or resisting an order mandated of the court, and the reckless driving. I'm not finding probable cause as to the remaining allegations. I am appointing you an attorney, so talk with your attorney about what that means moving forward. I am going to issue a secured, I'm going to set a secured bond, I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm setting a status conference on May 27th at 8:30, that's in the downtown Superior Court, and a preliminary hearing on May 29th at 8:30, same location. I am going to release you today to the supervision of pretrial services. As a condition of your release, I am ordering drug testing and monitoring. So talk with pretrial services, you're going to get an envelope that has their phone number. They will set that drug testing up for you. I'm also ordering that you not possess any drugs without a valid prescription, no possessing or consuming any alcohol, and no driving without a valid driver's license. It is likely that your license is currently suspended, so check with the MVD before you get behind the wheel of the vehicle. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. When I denied the drug thing, I was under the influence.
So, I'm going to cut you off, only because everything that you say in court today is being recorded, so I don't want you talking about the allegations today. I understand that what was alleged and what the arresting agency provided to me, I'm only finding probable cause as to some of the allegations. So talk to your attorney about what all of that means moving forward, including any potential defenses or your side of the story, okay?
Okay, so today I'm released?
Correct.
With no bond, that's not it?
No bond, just released to the supervision of pretrial services.
All right.
Okay? Grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Yeah. Yeah, just, did we already call his?
Yeah.
Okay. Move his to the bottom of the calendar, add those page 2s, and I will do those after we interpret them. Okay. Terry Blosser to the podium, and Denny Puente to the chair, please. And then, officer, for Daniel Mendoza, we had 2 more cases just pop back up, so let's not make sure he leaves the gallery yet. I'll recall him at the end of the calendar. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Good evening, Your Honor. It's Terry Blosser, 5/14/91.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of aggravated DUI, passenger under 15, which is a Class 6 felony. I will find probable cause and I will appoint you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on May 27th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 29th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services, but I am going to order that they conduct alcohol testing and monitoring as a condition of your release. I'm also going to order that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and no driving without a valid driver's license. It's likely that your license has been suspended based on these allegations, so check with the DMV before you get behind the wheel of the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No, sir. Thank you.
Go ahead and grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Denny Puente to the podium, and Jason Sylvester to the chair, please. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Denny Rodarte, 7/15/86.
Are you also known as Denny Puente?
Denny Rodarte Puente.
Okay, thank you. We are here today on a Justice Court warrant out of the Santan Justice Court. It's for a case involving theft, control of property, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor. I am setting an arraignment hearing in the Santan Justice Court on May 27th at 9 a.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That's a promise to appear at your next court date.
Yes.
I'm also ordering that you not have contact with any victim, complainant, or witness, no possessing any drugs, and no contact with the arresting officers. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
So I don't have to pay any bond?
No, I'm releasing you. Just
Okay,
make sure you go to your next court date, okay?
Okay, you got it.
Okay, go ahead and take a seat. They'll bring you your
Thank you,
paperwork
sir.
shortly.
I appreciate it.
Jason Sylvester to the podium, and Hector Castillo to the chair, please. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Jason Sylvester, 12/2/73.
Thank you. We are here today on two different cases. The first is a municipal court warrant out of the Buckeye Municipal Court. It's for a case involving drug paraphernalia, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I am setting an arraignment hearing in the Buckeye Municipal Court on May 27th at 2 p.m. We're also here today on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I will find probable cause and I will appoint you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on May 27th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 29th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That's a promise to appear at your next court dates. I'm also going to order that you not possess any weapons and no drugs without a valid prescription. All that information is going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, go ahead and grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Lorenzo Duran to the podium and Jerome Christian to the chair, please. Oh. Did you move Castillo? I apologize. Let's have Mr. Castillo to the podium, and then we'll have Duran and the chair. Did you move that one? Did you move that? Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Hector Castillo and 1/18/73.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of dangerous drug possession, Class 4 felony, and shoplifting, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I'm not finding probable cause as to the dangerous drug possession allegation, but I will on the shoplifting allegation. That doesn't mean that allegation necessarily goes away. The state could still charge you with that down the line, but I am appointing you an attorney, so talk with your attorney about what that means moving forward. I am setting a status conference on May 27th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 29th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to release you today to the release you on your own recognizance today. That means you're promising to appear at your next court date on the 27th. I'm also ordering that you not return to the scene of any alleged crime, no contact with any victim, complainant, or witness, no weapons, and no drugs without a valid prescription. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
I didn't shoplift anything. I didn't even get anything out of the store.
So talk with your attorney about that. Your attorney's going to want to know your side of the story, but I am finding probable cause today. Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Lorenzo Duran to the podium, and then Jerome Christian to the chair, please. Can I have you stick your hands out of your hoodie, please? Thank you. May I have your name and date of birth?
Resentencing Duran, 1 February 5th, 2002.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of narcotic drug possession, Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I will find probable cause and I will appoint you an attorney. I'm setting a status conference on May 27th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 29th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to release you today to the supervision of pretrial services. You're going to get an envelope as you leave court today that has details on pretrial release. Make sure you read through that. I'm also ordering that you not possess any weapons and no drugs without a valid prescription. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Jerome Christian to the podium and Luis Magdalenas to the chair, please. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Jerome Christian, 12/21/1984.
Thank you. We are here today on a Justice Court warrant out of the Encanto Justice Court for a case involving criminal trespass, a Class 3 misdemeanor. I will set an arraignment hearing in the Encanto Justice Court on May 29th at 1:30 p.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That's a promise to appear at your next court date. As a part of your release, I will order that you not return to the scene of any alleged crime and no possessing any drugs without a valid prescription. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead and grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. Luis Magdalenas to the podium, and Angelina Aranda Salki to the chair, please.
Hello,
good evening. May I have your name and date of birth?
Luis, 9/24/04.
Thank you. We are here today on a Justice Court warrant out of the Arcadia Biltmore Justice Court. It's for a case involving two different counts of driving under the influence, both Class 1 misdemeanors. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you in your case. I am setting an arraignment hearing in the Arcadia Biltmore Justice Court on May 28th at 1 p.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That's a promise to appear at your next court date. I'm also ordering that you not possess any drugs without a valid prescription, no possessing or consuming any alcohol, and no driving without a valid driver's license. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat.
Thank you.
Angelina Aranda Salki to the podium, and then Luke French to the chair, please. Good evening, may I have your name and date of birth?
My name's Angelina Francisco Aranda-Selke, and my date of birth is November 13, 1989.
Thank you. We are here today on what's called a fugitive of justice matter. That's a warrant for your arrest out of another state or jurisdiction. So I do have some things to go over with you. I do see that you had that laminated piece of paper in front of you. Did you have the opportunity to review that today?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to go over everything with you, but I just want to make sure you at least have the opportunity to review that. Give me just 1 second here. So we are here today on a warrant out of the Gila River Indian community, so you do have an option to choose at this point in time. You can have a choice to waive your right and have an extradition hearing and be sent back to a requesting state within 30 days, or you can demand to have an extradition hearing and that the governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before you're sent back to the Gila River Reservation. If you choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing, you would be held non-bondable in the Maricopa County Jail for a period of up to 30 days to allow time for the Gila River Reservation to come and get you. That 30-day period would start tomorrow as long as you do not have any criminal charges pending against you in Arizona. If you do have criminal charges pending against you anywhere in Arizona, that 30-day period will not begin until those charges are resolved. If you choose to have an extradition hearing, I will set a hearing in the downtown Superior Court on June 2nd at 1:30 p.m. I cannot appoint you an attorney in this case because extradition cases are civil in nature, but you do have the right to hire an attorney at your own expense if you choose. You are not entitled to bail in this case because I do believe it was a post-conviction warrant. Let me just verify. It is a probation violation warrant, so you would be held non-bondable during the extradition hearing process. A governor's warrant signed by the governor of Arizona and the leader of the Gila River Reservation is required to extradite you back to the Gila River Reservation, and that process could take up to 90 days. So you have those two different options. Do you have any questions about what your options are?
No. So they have until 90 days to pick me up?
So you have two options. You can voluntarily return back to Gila River.
Yeah.
That's when you're held non-bondable in the Maricopa County Jail for them to come and get you. That's up to 30 days. And then if they're not here by the 30th day, you would be released. Otherwise, if you want to challenge your extradition to go back to the Gila River tribe, then you would have that hearing in the downtown Superior Court. That whole process to get all the paperwork in line to see if you are extraditable takes up to 90 days. Okay. During that time period, you would also be held non-bondable.
No. I'll just go.
Just go ahead and waive your right to an extradition hearing?
Yeah.
Okay, so I do have some questions to ask you to make sure that you're making this decision under your own free will. You already indicated that you read the waiver of extradition paperwork, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you understand that you do not have to sign this paperwork?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to have an extradition hearing?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to demand that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before you are returned back to the Gila River Reservation?
Yes.
Do you want to give up those rights and sign the paperwork?
Do I want to give up those rights?
Correct.
No.
Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and set a hearing in the downtown Superior Court.
Wait. I just want to go back.
Right, so you're waiving your right to an extradition hearing.
Okay.
That's the process in which you would be held for 30 days non-bondable.
Okay.
So let me ask that question again. Do you want to give up these rights and sign the paperwork to return back to the Gila River Reservation? Okay. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to sign this paperwork?
No.
Have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication in the last 24 hours that affects your ability to make a decision?
No.
So I do find that you are knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily are signing the waiver, and I'm also signing it. I'm directing the sheriff's office to notify the requesting state that you are ready to return. The requesting state will have 30 days from tomorrow to pick you up unless there are local charges pending. If there are local charges pending, that 30-day period will not begin until the conclusion of that case. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, we're going to have you step up here to the right. We're going to have you sign 2 pieces of paper, and then we'll get you on your way. Luke French to the podium. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Yes, it's Luke French, and my birthday is March 7th, 2007.
Thank you. Give me 1 second.
Does she want her piece of paper back?
You can leave it there. Okay, sorry. So we are here today on a Superior Justice Court new case out of the University Lakes Justice Court. You were arrested on allegations of racing, exhibition of speed, a Class 1 misdemeanor, reckless driving, Class 1 misdemeanor, and exceeding the posted speed limit by more than 20 miles per hour, Class 3 misdemeanor. I will find probable cause, and I will set an arraignment hearing in the University Lakes Justice Court on May 27th at 1:30 p.m. I am going to release you today on your own recognizance. That's a promise to appear at your next court date, but there are some conditions I'm ordering as a part of your release. I am ordering that you not initiate contact with any of the arresting officers, no possessing any drugs without a valid prescription, and I'm ordering that you not drive any motor vehicle until further order of this court. All this information is going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
I do not. Do you need my promise and like handwriting or like?
So it's all going to be in your release paperwork. Okay. That's a court order, so you don't have to promise anything. I'm ordering you to do it.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. I know like sometimes, my dad taught me like it's always better in writing or like on video, so you have like proof. But I don't know.
You're going to have your paperwork. It's part of my court order too.
Okay, sounds good.
Go ahead and grab your paperwork and take a seat.
Thank you.
Can you get the interpreter? Yeah. Let's go ahead and Daniel Mendoza to the podium. Mr. Mendoza, as you left court today, 2 more hearings came in, so I just wanted to call you back in. We're going to do those 2 hearings, so you don't have to wait until the next calendar, okay? We're also here today on 2 probation violation warrants for violating terms 3 and 5 of your probation. I will appoint you an attorney on those cases as well. I'm setting a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 20th at 8:30. That's also in the downtown Superior Court. And I am setting a secured bond today in the amount of $250 on each of those cases. Your release conditions on these cases will mirror the ones that you were here on earlier this afternoon. So all of that will be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. Go ahead and take a seat. We'll get your paperwork printed and bring it to you, okay? Perfect. Do we have our interpreter on the line?
Yes.
And may I have your name and your interpreter number, please?
Yes, my name is Ivan. ID number 421793.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and get started. Let's have Patrick Gasigua to the podium, please.
Patrick Gasigua,
Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Gasigwa Patrick navutse 1992.
My name is Gasigwa Patrick. Was born 1992.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested on allegations of aggravated assault, class 4 felony.
Nyuma ukurikiranweho icyaha kiri muri kategori ya kane.
I will find probable cause and I will appoint you an attorney.
Hanyuma rero turibuze kuba twagushakira umwunganira.
I'm setting a status conference on May 19th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court.
This is the interpreter speaking. May 19th at what time?
8:30 a.m.
Okay. Hanyuma itariki y'urukiko ni tariki 19 saa 2:30 za mu gitondo downtown ku rukiko rwisumbuye.
I am issuing a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50,000.
Hanyuma ubwo turibuze kuba asaba yuko wakurikiranwa hanyuma gashyiraho ibihumbi bigasaba ko wazacibwa ibihumbi 50 by'idolari.
I'm also ordering that you be supervised by pretrial services and that they install an ankle monitor on you prior to release.
This is the interpreter speaking. Could you repeat that?
Yes, I'm also ordering that pretrial services supervises you in the community and that they install an ankle monitor on you prior to release.
Yego, ikindi kandi mbere yuko urekurwa nuko baza gukurikirana mu buryo bwo kumenya ahantu uherereye, akantu bazagushyira ku kirenge n'ugatsitsino kabasha kuduha amakuru y'ahantu uherereye kugira ngo utava aho hantu uri.
I'm also ordering that you not have contact with any victim, complainant, or witness.
Ikindi kandi ntago ikindi nuko dutegeka kutagomba kugira uhurira n'umuntu wese yaba indabuhamya cyangwa mu bo wakoreye icyaha.
And that you not possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol.
Ikindi nuko utagomba kuba ufite intwaro cyangwa ibiyobyabwenge cyangwa inzoga.
And that you must follow all orders of protection or orders against harassment that have been or will be issued.
Yego. Hanyuma ikindi nuko aza gushyirwaho uburyo bw'ubwirinzi abubasha kurengera umuntu wakorewe icyaha.
All of this will be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
Byose biraba biri mu nyandiko turi buguhereza. Ari ikibazo wumva ushaka kubaza?
Ikibazo mfite nuko uwo bavuga ko nakoreye icyaha yavuye mu rugo nsahuye umutungo wose arawutwara n'inzu twabagamo kubera ko ari we yihagarariye asesa amasezerano. Ubu ntaho ngiraho kuba nubwo bavuga ko bagiye bandekura nkaba ahantu ntagomba guhurira nabo. Ikindi cya kabiri nari mfite akazi kandi ubu ngubu ndafunzwe nta kazi ngifite. Ese ayo mafaranga ko nta kazi mfite nkandi nkaba mfunzwe ayo mafaranga nzayishyura nyakuye hehe? Icya gatatu ndi kubaza uwo muntu
So the victim has left the house and he was the one on the leasing agreement, so I do not have anywhere to live right now. Other thing is that I do not have money at the moment because I'm not working.
So if you're unable to post that bond, then you will remain in custody until your next hearing.
Ubwo niba udafite ahantu uba ubushobore kubahiriza ibyo twakubwiye bwo uraguma hano ufunze kugeza igihe cy'urukiko izo tariki n'icyenda.
Ngewe kuba nataha nkabona aho mba ncumbitse wenda nahashaka ngategereza izo tariki 19 ahubwo icyo cyuma bavuga cyo kunyambika ndataha nyambaye.
So I can find maybe a place where I can stay until the next hearing.
So you're going to be in custody. Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Yes. Are you going to put on the transponder now?
No, you will be held in custody unless that bond is posted.
Ni ukuvuga ngo uri buze kuba uguma hano kugeza ubwo akashyizweho.
If you post that bond, that's when they will install the ankle monitor on you.
Yego, nyuma nubasha kubahiriza ayo mabwiriza nibwo abari buze kuba bakagushyiraho ku kirenge.
Amabwiriza yo kuyahe kuri ariya yo kuvuga ngo ntabwo nagera aho abantu bari.
So you mean by not getting closer to the victim?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the interpreter. He's not getting what?
You mean by not getting to the victim?
I'm ordering that you have 0 contact with the victim.
Yego, ntabwo ugomba kwegera uwo muntu wakorewe icyaha.
Nta kibazo kirimo, ikibazo ni uko afite abana banjye kandi kuba ntababonaho nabyo akaba ari byo wenda byaba byaratumye kiriya kibazo cyaba cyarabayeho.
Yes, I understand, but the problem is that to my children, and that is the reason all these things happened.
Okay, you will need to talk to your attorney about that. I'm still ordering no contact.
Yego, ugomba kuvugana n'umwunganira wawe kuri ibyo. Hanyuma icyo dusaba ni uko mutagomba kugira aho muhurira. Kandi ugasanga iyo ngwate noneho ukabona kurekurwa wambaye ako kantu.
Ikindi kibazo ni uko ibyangombwa byanjye byose abapolisi barabifite, mbaye nsohotse nzabibona gute? Guhera kuri social security, employment card, ID, n'ikarita yanjye ya banki nahemberwagaho ku kazi, na telefone zanjye zombi ni abapolisi bazisigaranye, ntabwo nzi uruhande ziherereyemo. Mbaye nsohotse nabibona gute?
And the officers took my documents, including the security, employment card, and the card. So when I get out, will I get all those documents back?
You can talk with the detention officers about what your property includes.
Yego, nujya gusokura avugisha umuntu uri buze kuvugisha aza kumubwira ibyangombwa byawe byose noneho babigushakira.
All the information I've provided to you will be in your paperwork. Go ahead and grab that to your left and take a seat.
Byose twakubwiye biri kubiye muri urwo rupapuro, wagenda ukarufata ukagenda kwicara.
Ntabwo numvise.
Yego, ibindi byose twakubwiye bikubiye muri iyo nyandiko.
None nk'umuvandimwe wanjye naba ngiye gucumbika ahubwo ntagira inzu yo kubamo, byaba byemewe ari umuvandimwe wanjye ntaho uhuriye n'ubundi rwego ko nagiranye nawe ikibazo?
because I do not have where to stay right now. What if I go to my brother's place and stay there? Is there any problem with that?
So, sir, I'm ordering that you don't have contact with the victim. You can go wherever else you want to go once that bond is posted.
Yego, ni ukuvuga ngo ugomba kujya aho ariho hose pfa kuba nawe hahuriye n'uwo wakoreye icyaha, ikindi ugasohoka ari uko umaze kwishyura iyo ngwate.
Ikibazo ni uko ingwate kuyishyura biremewe, ariko nta muntu mfite wamfasha kuyishyura kandi nta mafaranga afite kuri konti.
I do not have money on the account. I don't think I have someone that can help me pay that amount.
Okay, then you will remain in custody. Go ahead and grab your paperwork and take a seat.
Uraguma hano ufunze ubwo wagenda ugafata urupapuro ukagenda ukicara.
Nta kibazo.
And thank you to our interpreter. That was the only one we needed you on, so feel free to disconnect at any time.
Thank you, President. Officers, you have a nice day.
You as well.
Bye.
Flavio Bracamontes Valtierra to the podium. Good evening, sir. May I have your name and date of birth?
Flavio Bracamontes Valtierra, Jr.
And your date of birth?
9/17/97.
Thank you. We are here today on a Superior Court grand jury warrant. You were indicted on one count of failing to register as a sex offender, Class 4 felony, and one count of sex offender failing to register or confirm ID, Class 6 felony. I will appoint you an attorney to represent you in this case. I am setting an arraignment hearing on May 21st at 8:30. That's going to be in the downtown Superior Court. I am going to affirm the bond in the grand jury warrant. That's a cash bond in the amount of $1,000. If you do post bond, I am ordering that you not possess any weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, and no driving without a valid driver's license. All that's going to be in your paperwork. Do you have any questions?
So I'm going to jail?
So you're already in jail, but if you wanted to be released, you'd have to post that $1,000 cash bond.
I don't have that.
Then you will remain in custody until your next hearing. Any other questions?
There's no personal situations here whatsoever?
Not at this point in time, but you can talk with your attorney. Your attorney can argue for your release in the next hearing, okay?
All right.
Grab your paperwork to your left and take a seat. And for numbers 10, 2, and 27, I did receive information that you were exhibiting bizarre behavior or unable to function, so I will conduct their initial appearances at their cell. For number 10, William Cruteau, we're here today on a probation violation warrant for violating terms 3 and 5. I will appoint an attorney, set a probation revocation arraignment hearing on May 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court, and I will issue a secured bond in the amount of $500. For number 2 on the calendar, Jeffrey Myers, we're here today on a new case, arrested on allegations of aggravated assault, domestic violence, impeding breathing, Class 4 felony. I will find probable cause, and I will appoint an attorney, set a status conference on May 19th at 8:30, and a preliminary hearing on May 22nd at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. I will issue a secured bond in the amount of $25,000 with pretrial services, supervision, and electronic monitoring. Finally, number 27, Anna Sigmund, we're here today on a failure to appear bench warrant on a case involving dangerous drug possession and drug paraphernalia. I will affirm the attorney already appointed to represent her and set a status conference on May 19th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on May 22nd at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. I will affirm the bond in the warrant. That's a $500 secured appearance bond. I will conduct each of their initial appearances at their cell and provide them with a written copy of all of my orders. If I do need to make any changes or additions, I will do so either on the record or in writing. That does conclude the 5 p.m. Initial appearance court. We will stand in recess until 8 p.m.